Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit with Mama Bear and Vigilante Media. Hey, Mama Bear, how are you doing
Hey,
this evening?
hey, good. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world in this crazy world. It certainly is getting crazy at this point.
Just a little.
Boy, is it getting crazy. Unbelievably crazy at this point.
I've got a couple of videos we could play. There's a couple of audits we could play. There's maybe a bit of music I might even be able to play. Dealer's choice, basically.
It is getting crazy, crazy, crazy at this point. It is getting so crazy at this point. I'll tell you right now,
It's coming on here.
everything that is going on is getting crazy. Unbelievably crazy.
Okay. Do you want to see a
Unbelievable.
video? Shall I put up a video for us? Get us in the mood?
Yeah, go ahead. With everything going on,
Oh,
nobody knows which way it's going to turn. Will the government in the US shut down? Is Canada going to have a prime minister? Is the UK going to have a prime minister? It is just on the loom all the way around.
hey, Barbara. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, Barbara, how are you? It is getting, yes. Well, you know, they've shut down airspace for drones.
Right.
So,
I'm going to mute up. I'm going to play this 8-minute video,
okay.
and then I'm going to talk about the drones.
At least 17 U.S. military bases near Chinese-owned farmland, reportedly seeing a surge in drone activity and sightings in recent weeks. The sightings happening near bases in Hawaii and installations in Utah, California, Maine, and Florida. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul has been warning about the drones in focus these last couple of weeks.
Among the surge of migrants crossing the southern border and making their way to New York City, asylum seekers all the way from China.
Many of them are finding their way into long-established communities and leaning on family and friends for help
to ward off the dominance that we continue to see from communist China.
Right. And these compact states, it's $2.4 billion over 20 years. But the other issue, of course, is the border, as you've talked about, because across that border, we are seeing Chinese soldiers come across. And really what we're talking about is China putting together the infrastructure in the U.S. to attack the U.S. So clearly we've got to secure that border or we're going to be fighting on our own soil.
Well, it's just incredible to me that this administration refuses to acknowledge all these Chinese nationals that are coming through the border. They're creating a little mini army. And I'm wondering what the point is here. Are they trying to put people in place, I'm talking about communist China, so that when and if Donald Trump wins, they can create havoc in the streets and become saboteurs, starting wildfires and propaganda?
Worst kind of
Absolutely.
journalism
That lab
I've
in
ever
Reedley,
seen.
California, the secret Chinese biological weapons facility, that can't be the only one that China has. And then you put together these images of recent Chinese migrants coming into the U.S. less than 3 weeks, taking target practice with sniper rifles and pistols. So really what we have here is the makings of a Chinese army, not in China, but in the United States itself. And the Biden administration is not tracking these people.
This is incredibly disturbing.
A massive ongoing Chinese hack of telecom companies that's possibly intercepting phone calls and text messages in the U.S. right now, leading to an unprecedented FBI warning to consumers. The head of Homeland Security calling the threat, in his words, very, very serious.
It's a very sophisticated hack. I can't speak publicly to how it occurred, but the telecom providers are focused intensely on it.
Officials from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, and the FBI say Americans need to protect what they say on their phones with encryption. Translation, if you're an iPhone user texting someone on an Android, there's a good chance your messages are unprotected from hackers. The workaround, using end-to-end encryption apps like Signal or WhatsApp. The hack, dubbed Salt Typhoon by Microsoft, the FBI calling it an espionage campaign.
This is the most persistent campaign the United States has ever seen from an advanced hacking crew to break in, and it was a matter of time, really.
The FBI saying China was possibly listening in on calls from Senator Chuck Schumer's office and both the Trump and Harris campaigns. The Chinese government denied the accusation.
Phone calls were tapped, text messages were read, voicemails were read, as well as call records.
Verizon said when the hack was revealed, it is, quote, committed to assisting law enforcement in this investigation.
The system has been broken for decades.
Why not take executive action right now? Why not do more right now to address this?
What executive action are you suggesting that we take that we haven't taken that would survive court scrutiny?
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas telling us he's working with China, which currently refuses to take back Chinese migrants who are deported from the U.S.
Well, that may be changing. We have been working with the People's Republic of China to actually receive individuals whom we have determined are not eligible to remain in the United States.
You know, at this point, it's really not right that the Pentagon has not given us more information as far as these drones are concerned. Of course, everyone's going to just start speculating. We need some real answers from the Pentagon to really understand what's going on. I mean, the fact that China is surveilling America is not a secret. Everyone knows that that the surveillance programs are in place, and they're once again around our military bases. But we're not getting any answers from anybody. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump reportedly inviting Chinese President Xi Jinping to attend his inauguration next month. This is according to CBS. Trump invited Xi back in early November, right after the election. This invitation comes as trade tensions intensify between the U.S. and China over proposed tariffs. The move would place a 25% tariff on Canadian and Mexican goods, plus an additional 10% tariff on imports from China. Xi Jinping has warned the U.S. against renewing a trade war, saying that there will be, quote, no winners.
You know, the increased tempo of these drone flights against our military bases is occurring at the same time as there's increased frequency of incursions and attempted incursions of these bases by Chinese and other nationals. Really, what is occurring here is that they are preparing to attack the United States from American soil. I don't know why we need an engraved invitation from Beijing. It's clear what's going to happen. We are going to get hit, and we're not taking the necessary precautions to protect these bases and to protect the American people.
Well, I mean, there's also, a weakened situation to admit. I mean, for the longest time, General Jack Keane has been telling us on this program repeatedly for years that we are outgunned, we are outmanned when you look at our Navy versus the Chinese Navy. I mean, the Pentagon released its 2024 China Military Power Report yesterday. It found that Beijing is increasing its military pressure on Taiwan. It's ramping up its aggression in the South China Sea. It's deepening its ties with Russia, and its crackdown on military corruption may have disrupted progress toward its 2027 modernization goal. China also growing its nuclear arsenal, adding at least 100 nuclear warheads to its stockpile over the past year, with 600 plus already in the arsenal. That number could grow to over 1,000 by 2030, Gordon. And yet there's no response ever from the Biden-Harris administration to Beijing's behavior. We allowed the spy balloon to traverse the country for a week before shooting it down. Why aren't they shooting down these drones in the air if they suspect they're from China?
There's no good answer. You have base commanders, first of all, don't have the authority, and they don't have the equipment to shoot down these drones. And the Chinese are noticing this, which means they see a big vulnerability. And with those nuclear warheads, Maria, China is building up its arsenal not to deter. It already has enough warheads to deter. It's building up its arsenal so that it can coerce us and others into not doing things like defending Taiwan. They saw the way Biden reacted to Vladimir Putin's nuclear threats before the invasion of Ukraine. They saw that they worked, and the Chinese are going to do the same thing when they go after the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, whomever.
Well, I want to look at what's happening on the ground. A Chinese man was arrested in 2023 for allegedly running a secret Chinese police station in New York City. He pled guilty yesterday to acting as an illegal foreign agent, Gordon. He's now facing 5 years in prison. He and his partner allegedly opened this police station back in 2022 to track and intimidate Chinese dissidents living in the United States. Both were caught deleting communications with an official from the Chinese Ministry of Public Security after learning that they were, in fact, under investigation. Gordon, you've been talking about this for so many years, these police stations. You first broke the news on this program years ago that Beijing had set up these police stations in America. Again, no response from Biden for years on police station. Why would we need Beijing police stations in New York City?
I remember when they arrested them.
So now they're Chinese drones, right? Hey, Barbara, Bear, Inferno, how you guys doing? Yeah, so we got Chinese drones flying over military bases, according to Fox.
Why didn't
what a disgusting bit of journalism from that woman, right? She is literally gaslighting the whole thing. You know what I mean? The way she was talking, disgusting way, unbelievable. Hey, money.
Why didn't Biden give him a free pass too? He gave so many of them free passes.
Give him a pardon. Huh? I pardon thee. I pardon you. I pardon him. I pardon everyone. I'm going to pardon the other. Tonight is for the pardons. Inferno, I pardon you. You are pardoned.
Yep.
Yeah. Bunch of fucking idiots.
Yep.
Where else
Why
we got?
didn't he pardon? Yep. Just like, why isn't Biden pardoning Trump? Since every case against him is falling apart.
All right, so I've got here the part 2 to NH Press. Remember the one we watched the other day?
Yep.
All right.
I thought you were video coming in.
Oh, I am.
Why?
Because I can.
Huh?
We're gonna have an issue.
You can't go off. You can't.
What do you mean I can't? Don't tell me what to do. What are you doing? Dude, get off of me. What the are you doing? I asked you if there was a restricted area and then you put your hands on me, you piece of shit. Are you the supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Can I talk to you somewhere else other than from where he is, please? So I need to go to number 3.
Give me 1 second.
I don't need 1 second. I don't have time for this. I need to go to number 3.
I'm busy too.
Dude, stay out there. Stay out there, dude. Stay out there. Stay out there. I'm talking to your supervisor.
What's up? We got a live wire here. He's videoing everything. Sir, you were in my face.
Oh, whatever. You don't want to know what's in your face, dude. You don't want to know what's in your face. I'd like to file a report for a simple assault or whatever the statute is, okay? You've been advised. You've been briefed. Just act accordingly, and this will go as smoothly as possible.
You fell for it.
But I'm not letting this go, man, because like I said, if I ever did that to any one of the staff here, I'd be arrested too.
No, I got to grab your info.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
I'm good.
All right, I've got all his information. I'm going to go document the report.
Before the doors open, I said you can't step off the elevator, so restrict the floor. You can't tell me where to go.
Nobody has a right to put my hands on people, man. No, seriously. There's no but. I'll go over to the courthouse, give him my information, filing this complaint against the security officer, Sanchez, over at the City Hall Municipal Building here in Vineland, New Jersey.
I'm calling to let you know that the 33-4C charge, no probable cause was found. The 33-4B charge.
Where you want to go?
I'm going with them.
Oh, you going with them?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're doing their
As long as you have
investigation.
that, the municipal.
You don't need the physical report to make the complaint.
Okay,
You
they'll,
can make
they'll
a
find
complaint
it.
and then it'll be available later.
And they'll find
It's
it.
just, I have to type it, it has to be approved, and it has to just move through the channels of the department.
I get that. That's fine.
It'll-
But I'm not letting this go, man, because like I said, if I ever did that to any one of the staff here, I'd be arrested too. And they would not hesitate on filing charges. So you're gonna gather his information?
Yeah, I'm gonna find him right now.
Yeah.
Jimmy, where's Jimmy, which key? Right here. Where you gonna go?
Yep. I am. I'm not bothering them. I'm not bothering them.
Do you know where the court is?
I don't. I can find it though. I'm gonna be documenting this whole situation at this point.
No problem. They're going to walk out that office. No, it's security.
Do you have that information? There it is. Cool. No, I gotta grab your info.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where this guy. There he goes, right there.
Yeah, he's waiting until I get all the information. Pete, right?
Yeah.
What's your last name, Pete? Sanchez. What's your date of birth?
So let me tell you what happened. So the guy comes in, he's recording. Right? That's how everyone. This guy's coming in recording, right? Just to get everybody ready. Right? So then there's a guy that has an appointment on the 6th floor. He's coming in.
Can you just give it so I can get his side of the story? I can't make him go.
I understand that. So he's coming in. To go upstairs. Right? So he's trying to get on the elevator to get it to go up. He can't work it.
Right.
So I said, where would you like to go, sir? He goes, I can go anywhere I want. Don't talk to me. I know what he's trying to do.
Right.
I'll walk away from him. So then this guy that has an appointment on 6th floor, he comes in and he goes beelines right into the elevator with him. So I'm trying to tell him to step off to get away from this guy. He finally realized that the guy's recording. So this guy steps off because the elevator's not moving. He steps off, and then that other guy, he steps back on, wanting to go upstairs. Well, he hit 6 so he can go upstairs. This guy gets in an elevator. That other guy steps out because he realized he was being recorded.
Gotcha.
So it's already activated to go
You're going
to
up.
the 6th floor. I can't, it's restricted floor.
Right.
6 restricted. So I'm going up, he's agitating me, trying to get me to go. Before the doors open, I said, you can't step off the elevator, it's a restricted floor. You can't tell me where to go. Please don't get off the elevator.
What is that a restricted access to what? What is that? I mean, is that restricting somewhere? Like, do you need a key card to go where? Is that like a restricted floor that I need to know about? What is that?
Starts to get off the elevator. So I assisted him back onto the elevator. And I told him, you can't get off this floor.
What are you doing? Dude, get off of me. What the are you doing?
You're not allowed up here.
Why is that?
Oh, you assaulted me. You can't touch me. I said, I asked you to get off the elevator.
Right.
It's restricted floor.
Am I not allowed to go up?
No.
Why? Why is that?
So they just provoking it like that. So I really talked about that with these people before, but there was no way in hell I was going to let this guy off the 6th floor.
No, he's not.
Can you imagine?
Right.
I won't have a job.
No, I get it. So, all right. So he's been provided with his options. I'm doing a report because he's alleging that you assaulted him. He's got it on video.
So what I would like to do is, he should be charged with disorderly. And the reason why is because I have to do what I have to do. So it's one thing led to another. You understand?
Yeah.
My actions led to his actions, not taking the command, right? Not stepping off the floor.
What is that restricted access to what? What is that? I mean, is that restricting somewhere? Like, do you need a key card to go where? Like, is that like a restricted floor that I need to know about? What is that?
So you guys, if you want to sign complaint for disorderly, you can. It wasn't in my presence. I can't do a disorderly charge for something I didn't see. Same way I can't do a simple assault.
Right.
So you guys have the same right of signing. I don't know what the protocol is for you guys.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I'm documenting the whole
Absolutely.
thing. So you guys know what you can do. If you want to sign a complaint, I have all his information. Now I have yours.
Sure.
Just a simple report on our end.
Okay.
So I can't bar him from hearing.
No,
For his reason.
Of course.
And he's going to be going on his way now. So,
yeah.
But if you have any questions, definitely.
Hey, Daniel.
So, all good? All right.
I'm good.
All right, I've got all his information. I'm going to go document the report.
I didn't see you write anything down.
I have his information. You didn't see me take down his.
No, it's fine.
So
I believe it.
I jot down his name. Same thing I took from you. I took from him.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm going to be doing the report. Just give it like a day or two
That's
to
fine.
process through the department. Just
Should I go over to the municipal court right now?
if you want to, since you're here, it's only just over there on Landis Avenue.
Okay.
So they'll explain to you.
Nobody has a right to put my hands on people, man. No, seriously. There's no but. There's no but. You should have told me.
It's
No.
over with now.
No,
What
you
happened
didn't.
happened.
No, you didn't. I asked you in the elevator, then you put your hands on me. If you said yes, it's restricted, I would have never stepped
You have
foot.
it on video, so you have what you need. And then, like I said, your options with the municipal court.
Yep.
And if you have any questions, feel free to give us.
That's fine. I'll go over there right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
All right. Have a good day.
Professional, all right? Sarge? Professional, man. I appreciate it. Okay. You
Thank
too.
you.
Be safe. Sorry you had to come out here.
No problem.
If you didn't do any of that, man, I would have been in and out in 20 minutes. That's how these things work. Seriously. It's crazy. I want to file that report right now with the courthouse. Unfortunately, I had to identify myself because of the situation, but that's the only way to get this done. If you'd like to redress your government and petition for the security here, all the information is in the video and description. Right, everybody. So we're gonna go in here. Hopefully they don't give me too much trouble with the recording and documenting my time in filing this complaint against the security officer, Sanchez, over at the City Hall Municipal Building here in Vineland, New Jersey, for the assault and harassment that he did unwanted physical contact on myself. We are over here at the Honorable Frank J. Testa Municipal Justice Building to file a complaint. Let's do it. How you doing? What department is this? I need to file a civil complaint. The police department just told me to come over here and file a civil assault on an individual that did not happen in their presence.
Okay, how many did you need?
It's just one complaint. I was only assaulted once, thank God.
Okay, just one person?
Yeah.
All right, so I need to see your ID, please.
I don't have my ID, but I can definitely give you all my information.
Okay, give me one second. I just have to talk to
Yeah.
my supervisor.
Yeah. There's a report number too, so the police department, they have all my information.
Okay.
So I'll put that report number on the complaint.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. So I have the complaint number right here, so that'll verify all my.
So we just need to back into the narrative.
Okay.
All right, just fill this out for me.
Yeah, of course.
short and sweet, and it correlates with the statute and the description that you are putting down on paper, okay?
Okay. Thank you. And do you have a pen?
Yes.
I think they're hiding right there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
it. Do you have a conference room or something I can use?
Oh, you can use the stand right over here by the security guard.
You don't have a conference room for privacy? Really?
No, you can. Yeah, you can take it home and bring it back if you like.
All right, that's like 400 miles away.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's okay.
All right, thank you. So I put the police report number on the bottom, just so you can cross-reference for the report. Right there on the bottom. I didn't know where else to put it. Yeah, so I live out of state. I live in New Hampshire. So how do I go about?
We would probably do virtual court.
Okay. Okay.
Insist on something different, but initially it would be virtual.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. I appreciate that because I mean I will drive all the way out here.
We do title counting, but we can.
I appreciate that.
All right, so I just need you to put the description of the statute that you just posted.
What do you mean description? That's harassment.
Right, so I need you to put that there. Right, harassment along with.
I got you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's not simple assault because simple assault is apparently bodily injury, and harassment is the same as unwanted contact, physical contact, so shoving, kicking, punching
Right.
without injury. So it's under harassment. Imagine that.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to make sure that it's the actual statute because I read through 2 or 3 of them. Yeah. So who does this go to? The prosecutor?
Here's the situation. You're going to turn this into us. We need to type it.
Yep.
You have the choice to wait here while we type it. You're going to have to sign it.
Okay, I'll wait.
Either wait or we'll call you to come back to sign it today. Then it goes before the judge to see if the judge finds probable cause.
I got you.
If the judge finds probable cause, we move forward and notify you of the court date. If no probable cause is found, we mail you a letter that states no cause is found.
Yeah.
And therefore, you then have the option to refile a little differently.
Okay.
Or let it drop. It's your choice at that point.
Okay. So right before it goes to the judge, that is obviously after all police reports, evidence, and everything comes forward.
That evidence comes in after the judge finds probable cause. Then the prosecutor gets involved, and that's where evidence is needed.
Okay. Okay. So you don't wait for a police report from the police department?
We don't really need that. The prosecutor would need that if you were going forward with probable cause of fail.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're not investigating, and that would be investigative.
Interesting.
Just simply process the paperwork.
Yeah.
You have no choice and no opinion in the matter.
Okay. All right.
So your complaints are typed.
Okay.
What I want you to do is I want you to read over all this very carefully
That's
to
fine.
make sure everything is the way.
They both should be the same except for the statutes, right? Okay.
Yes.
That's
And I'm here because it has to be signed in front of a judicial officer. So I am. So she typed them. If there is anything that's not correct on here, you can fix it right away.
Okay. Okay.
You don't mind.
Yeah. That's fine.
So I'm going to give you this first. I want you to look at this one and make sure everything is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have an address or anything?
He's security over at the city hall.
Okay.
There's a police report number
Okay. Okay.
associated.
All right.
He obviously has to do his report, all the evidence.
Okay. So there is a police.
There, I put the number on there.
Oh, you did. Okay. All right.
Is it on there? Okay, yeah, so whatever you guys have information you need to gather from the police report, you could do that on your end. I can't get it. I can't get his information.
No. You can't get his information. I just didn't know if they gave you a copy of the report.
No, they didn't do any report. This is because it didn't happen in front of them, so I had to do a complaint here.
Understood.
But they're gonna get all the evidence,
Okay,
do an investigation.
Sure. Okay. So then what I want you to do before we sign anything, I want you to make sure, read that first page and make sure that everything there is accurate and correct.
2 complaints, 2 copies.
Copies? Yes.
Okay.
And this is just a disclosure that we have to put on for the state that the complaint was accepted for filing. We did that, and that right now we're waiting for the probable cause determination.
Good enough. I'll wait for your phone call and email.
Okay, and we have all your accurate phone number.
Yep.
Correct?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so
Have a good day. I appreciate your professionalism. I'm sorry to hold up the line, guys. Have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thank you.
Drive safely back.
Thank you. Have a good day.
This is BJ from Vineland Municipal Court. I was one of the people you were working with yesterday for your complaints. I'm calling to let you know that the 33-4C charge, no probable cause was found. The letter is in the mail to you as of today to state that. However, the 33-4B charge was found with probable cause. The prosecutor was able to supply us with an address to service the complaint to the defendant, and that will be happening today as well.
Wow.
The charges filed. Let's see what happens, right?
Yeah.
And you have to do all of that yourself, right? Physically, you got to, go and make it's ridiculous. The hoops that you have to go to, right, to seek justice. Hey, Howie, how you doing, mate? Daniel, Inferno.
Yeah.
Guys, anyone want to talk? We've got an open panel. Let me just drop the link again.
It's getting ridiculous. Cops don't do their job.
Incapable. So, yeah. Where else we go? Let's see.
They don't file anywhere. They file nothing anymore. They file nothing anymore. Nothing at all anymore. They do nothing anymore. Nothing at all anymore. Just like our government. They do absolutely nothing but collect a paycheck. Collect a paycheck. And last I knew, they were shutting down. Looked like they were possibly shutting down. They're shutting down. You know? Let's see what else is happening.
I'll play Here's the Deal one.
BSO actually cooked its own crack cocaine in this building right here to use for undercover drug busts.
What the hell did you just say?
BSO actually cooked its own crack cocaine in this building.
What you talking about, Will?
Without cops, who would cook the crack in the courthouse, distribute the crack from the courthouse, and then arrest you and charge you and convict you in the very same courthouse. That's what's happening with, or that's what happened from 1988 to 1990 from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Check this.
Now, drug arrests dating back decades in Broward County are finally being cleared.
Those accused of buying crack made by law enforcement could soon have their records vacated. Local 10's Janine Stanwood is live to explain. Janine.
Wait, crack made by law enforcement. Hey, what's the problem out on the street, boys? We got crack cocaine. What's the solution? Let's make more crack cocaine and send it out on the streets. Good idea, coppers.
Decades ago, when Nick Navarro was sheriff, BSO actually cooked its own crack cocaine in this building right here to use for undercover drug busts. The courts found that that wasn't unconstitutional within itself, but they
Wait a second.
The courts found.
They found that it's not unconstitutional to cook crack cocaine in a courthouse building. So
What?
it's unconstitutional for them to create this.
Unbelievable.
Then why is it unconstitutional for you to create it? Oh, that's right. It's not, because there's nothing in the Constitution that says that you can't manufacture a certain item. As a matter of fact, something happened before the Constitution called the Declaration of Independence that you have an unalienable right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. And if that's what makes you happy, it's dangerous. It's not good for your health. It could end in your demise, your untimely demise. You can still do it because you're an American and you're free. So you can
blow up the courthouse.
Be immune once again from something else that you're not immune from. And they can cook this product in their own courthouse.
did find that people who were arrested for buying this stuff should have their cases cleared. But the state attorney now has found that that hasn't happened for possibly thousands.
Hey, AJ.
It was the height of the crack cocaine epidemic for the Broward Sheriff's Office.
Open it up. More.
And one
Look at this. Look at this. We're going to save you from those drugs, doggone it. By putting a gun right next to this guy's cheekbone. What the frick?
Wow.
It made headlines.
They decided we're going to manufacture our own crack and have detention deputies pose as drug dealers out on the streets.
The drugs are being cooked at the courthouse on the 7th floor.
The state Supreme Court ruled in 1993 the practice was outrageous.
Cooked in this courthouse on the 7th floor. Created, manufactured in the courthouse, distributed from the courthouse. All the convictions take place in the courthouse. You know, other people might call this a criminal drug network or a criminal drug cartel. The problem is the Mexican drug cartel is better because when they sell their product to their customers, they create happy repeat customers. They don't throw them into jail. When the cops create their product, they sell them to their customers, and then the customers go to a jail cell.
On the 7th floor.
The state Supreme Court ruled in 1993 the practice was outrageous, and those arrested should have their records cleared.
He was found not guilty.
Now, more than 30 years later, State Attorney Harold Pryor announcing there could be thousands still on the hook, and the state has an obligation to fix it.
How many lives have been ruined, destroyed? How many families have been torn asunder? How many jobs lost? How many other people turn to probably a life of crime because it's like, well, you're going to consider me a criminal anyway? You know, how much criminal activity did this kind of drug making activity in this courthouse actually spark on the streets of Florida? You know, it appears to me that when cops get involved in this kind of thing, they exacerbate things. They make things worse. Criminal activity increases. It kind of reminds me of the prohibition back in the 1920s, from 1920 to 1933. Not only did cops and politicians make matters worse, instead of eradicating crime, They increased crime, gave rise to major criminal operations. Alcohol cartels began to form. Police officers were on the take because they became basically it was a protection racket for the cartels. So when the cops had their hands out, they were on the take. The cartels were paying them to, help traffic or just protect the operation or eliminate competition.
1989, 1990 is when I actually started going out, selling crack cocaine.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
Raymond Hicks says he was one of those detention deputies turned undercover dealers.
Arrest him. He was one of the ringleaders. Arrest this guy. If you're going to arrest all these other people, and I'm not saying that doing this kind of activity warrants an arrest and throwing a guy into a cage as long as he's not harming anybody, threatening to harm anybody, or damaging people's property and not repaying it. But this guy is admitting that he was a drug manufacturer. He's admitting that he was a drug trafficker. He's admitting that he was involved in a drug cartel.
It didn't sit right with me because, working in law enforcement, you're saying, how could a department manufacture their own drugs and give it to us to be sold in the street?
Funny enough, it didn't put a dent in the crack problem.
Attorney Ed Hogue represented men.
Not only did it not put a dent in the crack problem, it exacerbated the crack problem because now you got more drugs out in the street. See, what they say their problem was in this right here, it says they didn't have enough confiscated drugs, so they began making their own. It says right here, a Florida prosecutor says he will seek to vacate as many as 2,600 convictions of people who bought crack cocaine manufactured by the Broward County Sheriff's Office for sting operations between 1988 and 1990. The Florida Supreme Court ruled in 1993 that people couldn't be charged in cases where the sheriff's office made the crack cocaine and undercover deputies sold it to buyers who arrested and charged. It's never too late to do the right thing. It's just one example of how crack cocaine epidemic in the 1980s and early 1990s led to harsh police practices and heavy criminal penalties. Some people may have been convicted for serious felonies because they bought drugs within 1,000 feet of a school. Conviction under that law required at the time that defendants be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison. Says they were arresting people not for selling, but for purchasing. This guy says they had detention deputies posing as dealers. They would sell it, and these poor people who were addicts were buying it. And the cops were selling it within 1,000 feet of schools, so the penalties would be greater. The cops knew the penalties were greater, and basically they became predators. These cops became predators of people he knew were addicts, so they would make sure they would sell it within this particular zone so they'd get heavier charges. The sheriff's office said at the time that it began making crack because it didn't have enough of the seized drug to use in its sting operations, and because it didn't have to later test the cocaine content of crack made by the sheriff's office chemists. So there wasn't enough crack cocaine on the street to the point where the cops are like, you know what? We got to get some crack cocaine out on the streets over here. So what would you feel? How would you feel if in your neighborhood there wasn't a drug problem and then the cops made a drug problem so that they could apprehend otherwise innocent people and make sure that the charges were as stiff as they could possibly be? That's criminal activity.
Many of those arrested.
For 30 years now, these people have been convicted felons. So anytime they go to apply for a job, anytime they try to vote, they can't vote.
It's not clear how long it might take to clear arrest records, but current Sheriff Gregory Toney is on board, telling Local 10 in part, "I find the actions of my predecessor to be a miscarriage of justice. Law enforcement officials must never become so desperate in our pursuit to apprehend criminals that we compromise our own integrity."
Wait a second. So if this sheriff is being honest, and if he really is sensitized toward justice, and he feels like the actions of his predecessors are a miscarriage of justice, in other words, they engaged in criminal activity, then is he going to seek out and find the people who committed the criminal activity within the Broward County Sheriff's Department and bring them to justice and throw them into cages because I don't hear him saying that. And when you hear cops talking like this, you know dang well that they have no intention of going after their own Thin Blue Line members.
I think it's a great thing that he's doing. And I'm hoping and praying that it bring these people some closure.
The state attorney's office says there could be as many as 2,600 cases that need to be cleared. We wanted to know, how does that process happen? We did ask for request an interview with the state attorney. We're told at this point, no, they are still working on the details, and it could be a very long process.
So drug manufacture and distribution and conviction all in one courthouse. That's right. You can get your Thin Blue Line brand crack. We'll get you high before you say goodbye. Before you take a puff, you'll be in those metallic cuffs. You can find about this for the world and global thought police in the comment section below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know, become a channel member, subscribe to my email list or my website, highimpactflix.com, if you want to support the channel further. Grab a shirt, but more importantly, understand that cops are not now and have not been your friends, and they need to be exposed. I will see you.
Definitely.
That's hilarious.
Thank you, friend.
That is hilarious.
Unbelievable, right? They manufacture the crack in the same house, in the same. Fucking hell, man. These people are unbelievable. Right? And this was like fucking 30 years ago, right?
Yeah, 1990.
How many
90.
thousands of people's lives have got destroyed from it? You know?
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
You know, and that's just one place, right, where they've done this sort of stuff. You know, you remember when they had that? They set up that prison, that little place where they could just unlawfully detain people and take them to this little and torture them there and then let them go. Do you remember that place? A few years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, they've certainly exceeded their. They've taken the pissery. Mm.
Yep, they certainly have.
Dog, move. Let me eat. Sorry, I'm just stuffing my face as well. Sorry, guys. Hey, Terrence Lowe. All right, so there's loads of new ones, but I don't want to play any of the new ones. Start playing some of the old stuff. Could do. I've got I Am Free. And do this one from 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Let's bring that one up.
That is incredible. The state treasurer's office is out of compliance now. Holy moly.
You're really informed, so I know you know that rulemaking is very time consuming.
It is, yeah.
Right? So as it stands right now, we're working on it.
Somebody told you I might be coming in to inspect the index. Now that Rue knowing smile is leading me to believe the latter.
Yeah, I think maybe she misspoke or she didn't understand.
To the pro.
To who?
The pro.
Who's the pro?
The public records officer.
Oh.
It seems the treasurer just hasn't been in compliance for 50 years.
When you say it that way.
Welcome in.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too shabby. I am here to inspect the public records index for the state treasurer.
The Public Records Index?
Correct.
Will you hold on one moment? I'm not familiar with that term.
Sure, you bet.
Thanks for your patience. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Sure.
My supervisor is going to be out in just a minute with the information that you need. Or information about what you need.
Okay.
And so if you'd like to have a seat.
Sure. Thanks. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Danny Colo.
Steve.
Very nice to meet you.
Likewise.
So as far as a records index, because we're not a local government, we're not required to have a records index.
I want to explain how not only the Washington State Treasurer is out of compliance with the Washington State Public Records Act in a significant way, but how a significant cross-section of the Washington State Executive Branch is as well, going as high as the governor's office itself. That will be in another story released soon. Back in 1973, then Governor Evans signed into law the Public Records Act as found in RCW Title 42, Chapter 17. The Records Act back then had Section 260 as the Records Index section. However, all agencies were allowed to exempt themselves back then, to include state agencies. Importantly, this changed, as you can see, in the session laws of 1989. This change delineated between local and state agencies, providing a local agency the ability to exempt, but not a state agency. In 2005, the law was recodified from RCW 4217 to RCW 4256, but maintained the state agency requirement of creating and maintaining an index. As you look at the Washington Administrative Code for the Washington State Treasurer's Office here, they have not, by rule, established and implemented a system of indexing for the identification and location of the required records. That title is Title 470, Chapter 1, Section 80. But what does this all mean? Why is this rather boring sounding index so dang important, such that I've highlighted it almost exclusively on my channel and in stories over the last several months? The answer is, it's about transparency. I was able to go to the Washington State Healthcare Authority and retrieve the teleworking policy in about 10 minutes and did not have to submit a public records to do so. It was just simply available as required by statute.
I'm here to inspect the public records index.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
And I was wondering if I could speak to...
Wow. Open government mode activate. Form of openly transparent government agency. Go. As much as I like to give a fun nod to the Wonder Twins here from my childhood, I have to say, wow again. Look at this. Justin from the Healthcare Authority is coming out with the most robust, transparent form of an index you've ever seen from any agency in the state of Washington. I'll be giving a complete follow-up on this particular story soon. But for now, look at what government transparency journalism can achieve, everyone. It is because of you all keeping my feet on the street so that I can report on these stories that this kind of change in government can happen. You're also going to see quickly how this records index, now that one is properly put together, can actually serve the public, and very well indeed. Remember this index here, everyone, and in a few, how badly the Washington State Treasurer and most of the rest of the executive branch is failing epically the citizens they're supposed to serve.
To the pro.
To who?
The pro.
Who's the pro?
The public records officer.
Oh.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Look at you guys.
Yeah.
Either you're one of the oracles at Delphi, and you're a very old person, having come from ancient Greek times and are a diviner.
Okay.
Or somebody told you, I might be coming in to inspect the index. Now that Rue knowing smile is leading me to believe the latter. Seriously, I don't want this to sound sarcastic because I know I've had some freedom disputes with you guys in the past, but I'm proud of you guys for getting this squared away. Seriously, this is what I expect from my public employees. This is fantastic. There it is.
Oh, we found it.
Is there any way, I don't know if they're allowing you guys to do this, but can I just get a copy machine copy of...
Yeah, I think I can do that. I don't see there's a reason.
That's it right there. All right, guys. So as you guys saw from my previous stories, there were some, disagreements with how freedom worked here at the HCA. However, they have done a great job. I really just want to beat a dead horse here. Look at that. This whole thing right here just stopped the Public Records Act from occurring, or request, because I can come in, get this real quick. It's available. This is exactly what Washington State is supposed to have.
Great job, Washington State Healthcare Authority. But why is this valuable? Well, first, the public records officer doesn't have to process a records request, which eases the workload and hastens other records requests. Second, it generates greater transparency. The documents indexed are high-value documents that allow for significant understanding of government's operations. Third, it ensures that the most high-value documents to understanding the government, according to the legislature, are the most swiftly available to the people. What this means: as you saw a moment ago, the legislature provided for greater transparency by indicating high-priority documents to be made quickly and readily available. The most powerful executives of the Washington State Executive Branch, the governor, lieutenant governor, treasurer, and possibly the Secretary of State, are out of compliance. They have been out of compliance since July 1st, 1990, a total of 34 years. They have no excuses, and in some cases, as with the Office of the Governor, the Washington State Department of Transportation, and the Employment Security Department, they have flagrantly and illegally exempted themselves in direct contradiction of the Washington State Public Records Act by not being in compliance with it and intentionally maintaining unlawful exemptions from 1973, which were required to be reversed by July 1st, 1990. What does this mean in those most egregious cases, though, is that there is a possibility that those offices and officers may be committing felony records concealment by not having created and maintained for publicly ready inspection the records index. That can be found in RCW Title 40, Chapter 16, Section 10.
We do have on our website a page where you can go and make any public record requests that you would like for records that the state treasurer's office has. You would want to make sure that you're specific on the record. There's a lot of records already available to you to review on our website. But if you would like to make a specific records request from our office, we are happy to comply with that. There's an online form that you can fill out. I can also give your contact information if you would like to our records officer. That would be our Director of Legal Affairs, Devin Phelps, and she would be happy to work with you on a specific record request that you would like to submit to our office.
Yeah, I think there's a possible misunderstanding here. I am familiar with subsection 4 of section 70. That allows local agencies to exempt themselves if certain criteria is met. Under no circumstances are state agencies allowed to exempt themselves. Subsection 5 makes it really clear. It says you have to provide that. So are you saying the auditor doesn't have that?
And so we're the treasurer's office.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant treasurer.
Nope, that's fine. And we absolutely comply with public records requests. When you make that record request, you can make it in writing, on phone call, by email. So if you know what record you're searching for, we would be able to provide that information or response to you.
Yeah, I'm not looking to request records. I'm looking to inspect the index,
Okay,
which is required by subsection 5.
okay.
So does the treasurer not have that?
You know, I'm going to confer with our legal counsel
Sure.
and make sure that we are providing you the information that you're looking for. So if you don't mind, I'm going to call our legal counsel and come back with a response. Thank you for your patience.
Sure.
So I spoke with our Director of Legal Affairs, Devin Phelps, and she started going through all the subsections A, B, C with me over my head, right? I am not a legal person that has all of the knowledge of all the rules and requirements for the state agency. So I wrote down all of her contact information for you, and she is available to meet with you if you'd like tomorrow afternoon, if you would like to discuss. I also wrote down her phone number so that she can explain to you the sections and where that applies and doesn't apply to our office. Is that acceptable?
I mean, I don't mind the contact info. Like I said, I'm just here to inspect the index. Is it available?
I don't have that information for you right now. I've given you contact information for our office that would be able to address that request for you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just so it's not inspectable though. That the records index isn't available for me to inspect at this moment.
I don't have that records index information for you.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I mean, probably just email her out of curiosity, but I mean, yeah, it's just supposed to be something that's available. So, all right, thanks.
All right.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Wow, that is incredible. The state treasurer's office is out of compliance now. Holy moly. I mean, these are the biggest executive offices in the state right here that are completely out of compliance with this. I mean, it's wow. It is really
I corresponded with Devin Phelps, Director of Legal Affairs for the Washington State Treasurer, Mike Pelliciotti, subsequent to my visit to the Treasurer's office on November 20th, and scheduled an interview with her on December 4th, 2024, at the Treasurer's office. The following is that interview.
Hello.
Hello.
Come on in. She's gonna unlock it, but just come on in.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I've got a 10 o'clock with Devin Phelps.
That's me.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Steve.
you. Steve?
Yeah.
Okay, Devin. Come on in.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
What I'm looking to talk about today is the public records index for the state treasurer. I just got some notes here for you and some questions.
Sure.
So I don't know if you wanted to start with maybe something where you wanted to talk about the state treasurer's office's position on the records index or anything like that. Or?
I mean, like, I don't think I necessarily have like a here's our position statement or anything. What I can say is we do have a records index.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Would you like me to show it to you? I
Yeah,
can,
absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I can pull it up. Here it is. So I'll show you where you can access it first, because this is the actual page. So when you go to our homepage, if you scroll to the bottom to get to public records,
okay,
and you click on public records, and then this is where, you know, you've probably seen this portal, everything.
Yep.
You scroll to the bottom, and here's some information on the index.
I want to point out that what you are seeing, Devin Phelps display did not exist on November 20th, 2024 when I searched the Washington State Treasurer's website. As you can see here from the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archives, on June 23rd, the Treasurer's website did not possess this. You can also see here that the Internet Archives had a litany of server errors for later preserved snapshots of the site in the August timeframe. No snapshots were taken after that. This snapshot, taken on December 12th, does show the public records index on the site. Sometime between November 20th, 2024, when I went into the office of the Treasurer to inspect the records index, and December 4th, 2024, the index was added to the website. This was done seemingly to attempt to come into compliance with the Washington State statute regarding the index.
We don't have anything that we consider to meet the definition of final order, declaratory order, or interpretive statement. So we don't have any of those, but in terms of policy statements, for policy statements that meet the definition under the APA, the citation that's in the Public Records Act to go look at, we believe that we have the following policy statements, and anyone who would like to see them can do a public records request.
Where would I find a teleworking policy for the Treasurer here?
So we do not think that the teleworking policy that we have meets the definition of policy statement, and so it's not included specifically in this list.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And in light of Title 34 for the APA, Administrative Procedures Act, why is it that the Treasurer believes, needs to be you, I'm assuming, that the teleworking policy doesn't fall within the policy statement?
Sure. Let me open up the definitions that we look at. I am going to go to public records first, and then I'll get the link because I think I should actually have the APA up. Let's go to the definitions section. And here is the definition of policy statement. Written description of the current approach of an agency entitled a policy statement by the agency head or its designee to implementation of a statute or other provision of law, of a court decision, or of an agency order, including where appropriate, the agency's current practice, procedure, or method of action based upon that approach. So we're currently seeking guidance from our legal staff, so the Attorney General's office, but
who's your assigned attorney general?
So he's new. His name is no. His name is Mark Rachel. Yes. So he's new. So we are currently, having conversations with him and seeking legal guidance. And depending on what we hear from him, we may, end up updating our index if that's what he thinks is legally required. But as it stands right now, yeah, we have other, what I would say would be, informal type policies like the teleworking
Chime in the
policy.
comments below, everyone. What do you think about Devin's analysis there? Here's my thoughts on it. As defined in the Administrative Procedures Act, a policy statement is a written description of the current approach of an agency entitled a policy statement by the agency head or its designee to implementation of a statute or other provision of law, of a court decision, or of an agency order, including where appropriate the agency's current practice, procedure. The governor ordered on March 3rd, 2014 and June 3rd, 2016, two executive orders, 14-02 and 16-07, respectively, regarding teleworking. It gave the state agencies the ability to implement teleworking, but left the implementation of that largely up to the agencies. How is it that when the governor issues such a set of orders and an agency, the Washington State Treasurer's Office, responds by drafting policy on how it will implement that order, that isn't a policy statement? The easy answer is that's because it is a policy statement. We know this because when it is written in the definition of policy statement that the current approach of an agency is regarding the implementation of an agency order, i.e. the governor's executive order, it is crystal clear. This hybrid work policy is a policy statement. From my experience thus far with the Washington State government, the teleworking policies are in fact very guarded from being seen by the public, as indicated by my now months-old refusal of a response from the Washington State Department of Transportation for their teleworking policy. How would such a significant policy that instructs a significant amount of the employees to work from home be informal, especially when the treasurer's response was in relation to two of the governor's executive orders? records. That just doesn't seem informal at all to me. Comment below your thoughts.
That we currently don't think fits this description.
Okay. So going back to my first visit here on the 20th of November, I came in and I briefly spoke with Danny Colo, I think her name was, right? Yes. So when I met with her, she had stated to me, and I can play the video if you want, but
Yeah.
like I was,
So as far as a records index, because we're not a local government, we're not required to have a records index.
I think the paraphrase will probably work.
I thought so
Essentially,
too.
she had said that because the state treasurer's office is not a local agency, that the treasurer can exempt itself. Now, what's confusing to me is I'm now seeing all this information, but when I came in to inspect the public records index, effectively the implication was there is no index because we've exempted ourselves.
Yeah, I think maybe she misspoke or she didn't understand.
Okay.
So I think she was probably referring to the Public Records Act, like I think it's subsection 4. I can pull it up just so you can be sure.
4A is the one.
4A talks about local agencies,
Yeah.
and I think maybe she was thinking about that as opposed to subsection 5. And I will say that because this public records index, because our website is a work in progress, I'm not entirely sure if she was up to date on where we were with the process because it was not published at that time. We were working on it. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
We were working on it, but it wasn't up yet.
So what I'm looking to see here is when I came in, it wasn't available. So is it fair to say that between the 20th and today is when you guys have put together this?
No, we published it. We
Gotcha.
published it. Yeah.
So
correct.
out of curiosity then, I've got some questions.
Sure, I can do my best to answer them.
You bet.
She got caught out in the light.
And I guess I'll lay the groundwork for this. Without it being published, the treasurer was out of compliance because the statute says it has to be published
Welcome, Japa. Welcome
in
to
order
the
for it, for people to actually make use of it and whatnot. So what was the reason for the state treasurer seemingly being out of compliance with the Public Records Act as it relates to Section 5, having it published and available to the public?
I do not know the answer to that one. Sorry.
It's fair to say though that is it your agreement with that the treasurer's office was out of compliance?
No.
It wasn't. So where would a member of the public have been able to find that at the time, like prior to the 20th?
Right. Find an actual index, like a specific. I don't think they would have been able.
So a good question here for everyone watching is, how could the treasurer have been in compliance and yet not have a published index? Comment below your thoughts.
So is it the treasurer's perspective then that he was in compliance by not having it published and available to the public?
I mean, I can't go into legal advice that we've received because then it breaks attorney-client privilege. But the answer to that would be essentially we had received prior legal guidance related to index, which is why when you came in and asked the questions, and we have a new attorney general now, we are seeking legal guidance from him. And I can't go into it any further.
And you think it'll be different than?
It might be. It might be. Yeah.
So one thing that I noticed when I read the WAC for the treasurer, that seemingly makes clear the function of the records index.
Sure.
And ironically so, because I think the treasurer's office is the only one in the state at any level of government that has this clear statement, though ironically, I'm arguing seems to be out of compliance, or was at least out of compliance. In subsection D of the WAC, the treasurer says, no, that's fine. I've got a copy if you want.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it says if the matter requested is referenced with an index maintained by the records officer, a reference to the requested record as it is described is such index. So the logical flow of that is that the tool that aids in making a records request exists and is available for the public to use.
Or they're just saying if there is one and you can use it. I don't know. I don't even know if I was alive when that was written, but
yeah, I certainly, well, I mean, I think we both were for this because this was later on. This is after 1990.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, 1973, I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, no, 1990, I was alive. But I don't know what their intent was when they wrote it. I don't know if their intent was like, we have one or if we're going to have one. I'm not sure. If they did have one back then, I'm not aware of it now, or if they did intend to do it, or I just, yeah.
I'm curious about this, and again, I appreciate your time. When I looked at the WAC for the treasurer in section 80 of the WAC, it states that in accordance with the laws of 1973, agencies prevent unreasonable invasions of privacy, protect public records from damage to the organization, and prevent excessive interference with essential functions of the agency. It goes on to say a request shall be made in writing to get a public record.
Sure.
And then it goes on indeed to cite what I just if the matter is requested. So the idea is that when you look at the session laws from 1990, it says, give me a moment here. It says by July 1st, 1990, each state agency shall, by rule, establish and implement a system of indexing for the identification and location of the following records. So if they're going to
meet any of those 5 subsections we talked about, right? Like declaratory orders.
Yeah.
Right.
In this case, it's talking about the availability because obviously it's shall establish and implement a system of indexing for the identification and location. And obviously the context of the Public Records Act is that the public can gain access to records. So in that vein, why is the Washington State Treasurer gone to the extent of being the only executive to make clear that an index is not a record to be requested, but rather a tool available to aid in making a records request, yet has not produced the records index at least of the 20th of November?
I love your question, but I can't answer it because I don't know what the intent was when they wrote the rule, right? And nobody who works here currently was there then as well. So I don't know what their intent was when they wrote the rule. I can guess that, like, I know Treasurer Pelliciotti is like really into transparency, which is why he has the transparency portal, which is why when you came in and asked the question, it made us think, okay, maybe we should reevaluate and get legal guidance on what is required and see what we can do to make it easier for people to access the information. If I'm going to guess, which I shouldn't do, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Sure.
If I would guess that previous employees here thought that our office maybe didn't have any of those 5 subsections of records. That would be my guess. I don't know if that's true or not. Again, like I said, I was not here, haven't been here that long, so I'm not entirely sure what, I can't read people's minds from prior history, but I would assume that was probably what was going through their minds.
Okay. So in that vein, my next question is, the state treasurer seemingly has taken no steps to update the request for public records section of the WAC since July 30th, 1974, and I'll give you a copy of the WAC. So even if there's a misunderstanding or disagreement as to compliance, transparency, and publishing of the records index, how come the state treasurer's office never made an update or even acknowledged the change in the session laws from 1989 to update formally in 1990, July 1st, to comply with the law? Because at this point, basically, it seems the treasurer just hasn't been in compliance for 50 years.
When you say it that way. Again, I cannot speak for anyone who was previously here. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it has anything to do with it being an elected office and there being changeover every so often. That could be part of it.
Is it fair to say then that the treasurer now is not accepting responsibility for having to be in compliance with the Public Records Act?
No, that's not fair at all.
Okay.
That's not fair to say. No, which is why, again, Mike has been working on this stuff. Sorry, Treasurer Pelliciotti is working on this stuff, and we are in the process of going to be doing a rulemaking, maybe not addressing this particular issue, but some other issues that we want to clean up. But you're really informed, so I know you know that rulemaking is very time consuming.
It is, yeah.
Right? So as it stands right now, we're working on it, and we're going to be filing with the code revisor likely. Again, I don't know if it'll be specifically about what you and I are talking about, but in general, we do have plans to do updates. It's just a matter of balancing the ability to have the time to do it and the months that it's going to take to, get everything in order and have the rulemaking hearing and everything that goes into doing a rulemaking. So
I see. Okay. And is it, I just want to make sure I understood, because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
From earlier when you were showing me, for example, final orders, declaratory orders, interpretive statements. So it is absolutely the position of the treasurer. There are no final orders, no declaratory orders, and no interpretive statements.
I wouldn't say that is necessarily his. That's my understanding based on the definition of declaratory order, final order, and interpretive statement. Correct.
So a question then. So with, for example, COVID, when Governor Inslee issued his proclamation, which included a variety of things, a long list of things.
Sure.
One of those things was directing government at all levels to implement certain protocols. So were there no declaratory orders on behalf of the treasurer for his elected office and the people that work under him to implement a certain set of practices or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And because of that, and because of what you're saying is the interpretation of the treasurer regarding a teleworking policy, that's why teleworking policy wouldn't be present?
Because it doesn't meet the definition of policy statement. Correct.
And who came to that determination?
Me.
Okay, gotcha.
And again, prior legal counsel, which we talked about, which I said I can't get into it because of attorney-client privilege. But
how long have you been with the treasurer's office?
Oh, little over a year.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So really new. Prior to that, was your predecessor aware of any of this?
I don't know, because that individual, this position was unfilled for a period of time. So I think.
Do you know how long it was until?
No, I don't. Okay. But I do know that they left and then they did a recruitment, obviously, and recruitments can take a while as well. So I don't know. I'm assuming at least a couple of months. And so I don't know. I've never met the person who was in this position before me, so I can't even begin to give you an idea of what was in her mind, because I have no clue.
And out of curiosity too, just because I don't know your pedigree, so are you an attorney?
I am.
Okay, fantastic. So it's, if I understand correctly, as an attorney, your interpretation is that teleworking policy, as well as potentially attorneys from the Attorney General's office, that doesn't meet that standard.
Correct.
So,
because of the definition of policy statement.
Is there a time I might be able to get a statement from the treasurer as to some of these questions regarding why it's seemingly been out of compliance for 50 years? Because like I said, it didn't have it available.
Sure.
And obviously this is a tool, I think specifically based on the language of the treasurer in subsection D, that it is a tool meant to pre-exist the request so that the efficacy of the request
I hear what you're saying.
whole.
Let me grab the I think
The treasurer?
No, well, he's not here.
I was gonna say,
I wish, right? No. Let me grab the is Aaron's card in that little box? Could you grab me Aaron's card, please?
Well, I think that answers all my questions for today. I really appreciate your time. Is there anything else you wanted to tell the public?
Oh no. I wanted to say thank you for being willing to come back and have a conversation with me, because I do think that we're obviously all not perfect. And if we can get better at our jobs and get better at doing what we're doing to make it easier for people to get what they want, to be more transparent, all of that, I'm all for it. I know Mike as well. And it would be, it's always helpful to hear from people, because sometimes when you're in this job and you're just so focused on your duties, you don't think about it from a different perspective. And so it's nice to hear from people who have a different perspective, like, hey, here's what would be helpful to see. All right. Have a lovely day.
Thanks. You too. Take care now.
Thank you.
Before I wrap up this report on the Washington State Treasurer's Office having been in violation of the Public Records Act for a half of a century, I want to sincerely thank Counselor Devin Phelps for sitting down with me on the record and fielding questions about access to records and transparency regarding the Treasurer's Office. Thank you very much, Devin. In stark opposition to Devin's transparency and willingness to conduct an interview, Governor Inslee's chief legal counsel, Catherine Leathers, refused an on-the-record interview after initially having offered to sit down and talk about the issue. I wonder why that on-the-record interview might have been denied, but an off-the-record one was just fine. I'll leave that up to you all to decide.
All right, everyone. Well, as you just saw there with the interview with Devin Phelps, who's the Director of Legal Affairs for the State Treasurer, I think what was really clear there is obvious that they did not have the records index available at the time. She made that clear. What Devin stated was that the index was being worked on. I'm going to do some more records requests to receive emails and other forms of communication that verify that. But with that being said, my view on this, based on the fact that the governor exempted himself, has never updated the policy or the WAC, the administrative code. The lieutenant governor does not have an index, doesn't even reference the index in the administrative code. Leads me to believe that the treasurer has just been out of compliance for 50 years. Now, one thing that is of note, as I mentioned, is that session laws from 1973 define agency differently. They lumped a local agency and a state agency into the same category. In 1990, when the 1989 laws went into effect, they differentiated between a local and state agency. And so the key here is that at least since 1990, July 1st, the state treasurer's office has been out of compliance with the Public Records Act regarding the index. And the thing here is, I've had many of you asking, what's the whole point of the index? It is just what an index does. It lays out taxonomically what documents, which are required by the legislature to have available in an index, so you can quickly reference it and request those. It hastens the process by which you get your records. It lowers the burden of the public records officers, and it makes the system function better. Unfortunately, because our education system is horrible nowadays, most people don't know how to even spell index, let alone use one. So this is a calamity of errors that has come about to facilitate a overly burdened public records system. And that's where we're at now. But I am definitely exposing that the Washington state government is just horrifically out of compliance. And I think the worst offenders of it are the governor's office because of that unlawful exemption. But at the same time, when I went in on November 20th, the treasurer did not have it. The lieutenant governor does not have it, at least as of the 20th when I was in, as well as the governor, the Employment Security Department, the Washington State Department of Transportation, the Office of Women's and Minorities Business Enterprises, and more. So that's it here for the treasurer's office for today. If you like my journalism, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit that all notifications bell so you get my stories right when release. You can follow me on X at I Am Free Auditing, on Facebook at Inland Auditing Media. And if you want to help keep my feet on the streets, you know what to do.
Wow. Since the pandemic, there is so many governments that are corrupt, and it's coming out.
Pandemic gave them an excuse, the ability to lock people out of government buildings and give them, you send them to the internet, and go and deal with the brick wall,
Yep.
Call this number that whatever answers, and when you do, you speak to a machine, and then go online and go round and round in circles looking for something that isn't even there.
Yep. And we're within 11 hours of the government shutting down.
Yeah, they're shutting down. I can't agree.
Yeah, we're 11 hours, less
that
than
poor-
11 hours of a possible partial government shutdown.
All that money, right, that they've just they're not going to be able to spend. You know, they want they want billions of dollars. Like a fraction of that money is actually, you know, going to be useful, and then the rest of it is just all just ego stroking. You know, greed, pure greed, useless, pathetic, like projects that'll never, you know, they're just useless projects that'll never take off. You know, it would just cost the taxpayer billions of pounds, and you know, no one will be held accountable for any of it.
Yep. Well, I see the Mexican president has offered refuge to all immigrants that are being thrown out of the U.S. She has said that she will accept all. So I also see that the individual that supposedly shot the healthcare has been federally indicted. He is being held with Diddy. He has been federally indicted.
Yeah, there's more charges or something.
Yeah. He is being federally indicted now.
Could you remember that video we watched the other day about the Erie County one where they got the SWAT involved and they dragged those people out of their innocent family out of their home? It had nothing to do with what was going on. They didn't even fight. Do you remember that?
I hope they sue the shit out of him.
Yeah. Well, this is the council meeting, so this should be interesting.
Hey, Nurse D, how are you?
Hey, Nurse D, welcome.
Yes, it is snowing. Yes, it is snowing. When I left this morning at 6:30 to go to my doctor's appointment, the roads were clear. And when we came back in a snowstorm. It has been snowing all day. The roads are covered. It's cold. We watched the snow come in as we were coming back from my doctor's appointment this morning. Luckily, I did not have to drive. My brother took me. So I was lucky. But I think we're going to have a white Christmas. So it's going to be a white Christmas. I have lots of snow. I'm lucky I do not have to shovel any of it. So I am lucky. So, but make sure you subscribe to Eyes on the Audit and Vigilante Media, because a lot of times I don't go live. He is live, and I'm a lot of times on his panel. So make sure you subscribe to him, because I don't go live and I do jump on his panel a lot. So make sure you subscribe over there to him. So make sure you subscribe to him. Okay.
Thank you, Monica.
So make sure you subscribe to Mellows' channels. Subscribe and over to Eyes on the Audit and to Mellows. Okay. Okie dokie. So a lot of times I'm not here. I'm always usually on his channels.
So let's let this video.
Let's see what they said.
You ready? Let's play.
To swat an innocent family, they won't even speak forward. The neighbors won't speak forward because they're afraid of retaliation from you guys. What's going on here in Hamburg?
Public record and stuff, just my job.
Hey, overkill, but I'm not talking about it, so.
Black in this neighborhood is
They're gonna be targeted like mother. They already do.
Town never listens to what we say. They always side with developers. These public hearings are a formality.
We just back here said it's a formality to come down to these hearings. You know why it's a formality? Because half these people in here are thanking you for the opportunity to speak to you. You should be thanking the public for being down here to give you the direction to go. The people in here who are thanking you for their opportunity to speak to this board are delusional.
Hamburg Police Department and SWAT team ultimately used this here family of 5 for practice while claiming,
I'm not trying to play. We're just trying to get this done.
Maybe Hamburg does have the best trained police department and swatting team if they're practicing on their citizens. Next time I see a swatter, I'm gonna look into it, make sure that guys ain't overstepping and terrorizing the neighborhood in the name of officer safety. And then to tell a citizen who's redressing their grievances or seeing something horrible to adjust their tone. Who the heck do you think you are?
this is the police mentality. Everybody's the enemy.
Leeches that go and they press charges on towns and that where it's more beneficial and easier for a town to pay off the ransom, if you want to call it.
Listen, y'all, these kids want to act up in school, want to go to school and embarrass you, want to make like they ain't got no home training. So I told my son, don't go to school basketball no more. I take care of you, son. I give you anything you want. I discipline you. But you're going to embarrass me like this? No, so now I'm going to cut his hair. See if he can whip all of it.
Hey, do me a favor. What, guys? No, I saw you were in a restricted area. Now I want your identification. You're not getting it.
Don't embarrass me. I told him, don't embarrass me. No.
Previously on Auditing Erie County, I covered a swatting done by the Hamburg Police Department where they got a call of a gentleman who alleged to have threatened somebody with a gun. After they cleared that whole apartment, then they went ahead an hour later and pulled in a Bearcat and swatted an innocent family for straight up practice. If you have not watched that video, you'll need to make your opinion on this. But after that video was posted, someone redressed their grievances and the councilman went ahead and stuck up for the police department doing this, saying that they had the best in the department, and had an attitude with the gentleman saying stuff along the lines of, watch your tone when you're speaking to me, an elected official. So I went ahead and went down to the town board meeting. So if you haven't seen this video, the original, it's linked in the description. You're going to want to see that first beforehand to see how ridiculous this is, to see how ridiculous this board member is justifying their police department. Down here today, December 16th, for a town board meeting. council member had a bit to say about their swatting. Of course, fam, we do strive on transparency here. So before we do get into the meeting, let me go ahead and show you the email chain that this council member, Dan Kozub, received and replied to get us to this town board meeting. This is a example of somebody redressing their grievances, their government, which is a constitutionally protected activity. Now, as you can read along here, there's nothing too vulgar. There's definitely no threats of violence, but they are expressing their concerns with the department. And as it is constitutionally protected activity, council members and government employees are subject to this scrutiny and criticism because it is constitutionally protected. Councilman Daniel Kozub went ahead and replied, telling this gentleman to watch his tone. And you can see in his arrogance in his email that this guy is pretty arrogant and full of himself as a public official. And I'm going to personally address him and ask him who the hell he thinks he is on that note. Now, this Erie County family member goes ahead and responds to Dan, telling him exactly what he was talking about and gave him a link to the video. Now, at this point, you would have to assume that the councilman, having access to this video that he's getting ranted about, would have watched the video. Then this Erie County family member asked Councilman Kozub, how did witnessing that make you feel about how your police department treats its citizens? Do you believe the correct use of force was implemented? Do you believe the necessary resources were utilized? Do you believe your town allocated unnecessary funding to this overzealous department, in turn robbing your citizens financially and morally with these unnecessary displays of power? Now, I remind you, Daniel Kozub had that video at his fingertips and all those questions. And his reply is, Hamburg has one of the best trained and educated police departments in the country. I understand that some people try to go around and get officers to do something improper. Now, let's be honest, all I simply did is stood back and filmed these police officers and SWAT team pulling a innocent family out of a house. It's not hard to catch them doing something improper. As a matter of fact, they blatantly have no problem doing stuff like this on camera, fam. Dan Kozub goes on to say, I also know that these leeches make money off these towns where it's cheaper to pay them off, these leeches, than to go to court and fight them. These leeches make money off these videos on YouTube by selling advertisements. So Councilman Kozub, who swore an oath to the United States Constitution, freedom of the press, feels that people who expose their corruption or their misconduct are now leeches because they can make money off exposing their corruption. Let that sink in. Now, I'm not entirely sure, but it would also seem like Councilman Kozub seems to think that if a police officer or government official violates somebody's inalienable rights that they all swore an oath to protect, and your only recourse for justice or accountability is to file a lawsuit, Councilman Kozub thinks you are a leech. Councilman Kozub is a jerk off. He backs his police department doing this to his own citizens, innocent citizens. Let's go ahead, fam, and together, let's go address jerk off Councilman Kozub. And don't worry, fam, our family member did go ahead and advise him not to get so emotional and to really watch the video and quit being such a thin-skinned councilman.
Hey, how are you? My fellow coaches. How's it going?
Now, town hall's packed, and there's a memorandum vote going on in public hearing about Hamburg stopping all new building because they can't keep up with the infrastructure. Well, as you can see, all these people here pissed one way or the other. This town board has already failed their citizens, not only in the fact that their police department and SWAT team run rampant, they failed their constituents in being in this mess in the first place. So we already know this town board is a mess, fam. But that's what the majority of the people here are talking about, the memorandum to stop building. So I'm going to show you this one clip of this lady who spoke before me about it, because she made a comment that the town board is just a formality. They don't really listen to the people and they just do what they want anyways. And I'm going to address that in my speech. So let's go ahead and listen to the first speaker.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving all of the residents the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, what I wanted to share is I was speaking with a lot of neighbors, looking in our social media groups, seeing if people were going to come and express their concerns at the meeting. And the overwhelming consent was the town never listens to what we say. They always side with developers. These public hearings are formality.
Now, personally, we're not all here for this memorandum, but since we are here, I'd like your guys' opinion on what you think about a town putting a memorandum in so that new buildings or complexes, such as apartment complexes, can go up or can go down. But take a listen to what this lady has to say about it, and then I'm going to address it one more time, then we'll move on to my part.
We're going to come and express their concerns at the meeting, and the overwhelming consent was the town never listens to what we say. They always side with developers. These public hearings are formality. And I think that's pretty disappointing. You represent the people, so people need to know that their concerns are being heard. And unfortunately, I've been to a lot of planning board meetings over the past year. And like was just mentioned, I feel like we're screaming and nobody's listening to us. And it seems like the builders are just constantly favored and whatever they say goes. After conducting a lot of research, it just seems that with overdevelopment of multifamily units, there are a lot of negative consequences. There's an increase in traffic and accidents. There's a strain on infrastructure, decrease in property values, decrease in green space and air quality, and overcrowding in schools. And I think there needs to be this pause to study the impact of all these negative consequences and report back to the residents. And while I'm happy we're talking about moratorium now, I almost think it's a little too late.
So I sat through a lot of these comments on this public memorandum about stopping building. And all I hear is people who own houses learning that the property next to them that used to be woods when they bought their house is now becoming an apartment complex. My opinion is tough crap. If you didn't buy the land and somebody wants to develop on it, what business is it of yours to stop them from building it? Now, these people who want to live out in the country, now their area is getting overgrown, I think it's time for them to leave and move out to somewhere in the country where they can buy more property. But that's the problem. My opinion is this memorandum bullcrap is all about selfishness and these people who want to dictate what their neighbors can do on their own property. My opinion is everybody has the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And if its happiness is building an apartment complex, I don't think the neighbors who bought their house thinking they were going to have woods behind their house the whole time should have any say on what somebody does with their own property. But this lady seems to think so.
Thank you for your time.
So when I went to speak at the town board meeting, I had to sign in for the sign-in sheet. So I went in and signed in, and I signed in as usual as Dan, Erie County. And for my address, I put in Erie County. Now that you all know how I signed in, watch this.
Dan Morris?
Is that what that paper said? No, fam, that's not what that paper said. It said Dan, Erie County. But the supervisor was so sure that he didn't want to call me by Mr. Erie County or Dan Erie County, he went ahead and used my first and last name. But it just goes to show, not only do they know who Dan Erie County is, they know exactly my first and last name.
Your name is not Dan Erie County.
So I'm down here to talk about the police department. I'm not sure if this is a public hearing for everything right now, or if there's public comments later in the. I seen a guy dressed up, snowbank, so I figured I was good to go here.
If you'd like to.
I'm here to address the police department doing a swatting on a call where there was a call where somebody got threatened with a gun, and I was all about it until the suspect that was supposed to threaten somebody with a gun was in handcuffs, and the whole down partner was taken into custody. Then they pulled in a Bearcat and practiced swatting on an innocent family upstairs. And then, Dan, somebody redressed their grievances to you today, and you say that the Hamburg Police Department's got the best trained Hamburg Police Department in the country.
Yes, I did.
How can that be? I mean, the best trained police department in the country don't shoot people in the legs twice, then in the chest.
Shooting where the Hamburg police officer shot a 36-year-old woman in a house. They shot her twice in the legs and once in the chest and killed her.
So they can't be the best. Secondly, if you watch that video and you're ready to defend the swatting of the upstairs apartment of the apartment of a family of 5, ranging from the age of 13 and up, how are these people going to sleep at night worrying about swatting? That's ridiculous. And the fact that you would call that, you are the reason I'm here today for that email that you sent, talking about how it's the best in the department and leeches. You want to talk about leeches? We can start talking about some government officials leeching in some of these police departments, leeching money to get these government approved militarizations of the police department. And then we're going to practice. Maybe Hamburg does have the best trained police department and swatting team that they're practicing on their citizens. That's ridiculous. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourself, and you really ought to look into that. Next time I see a swatting, I'm going to look into it and make sure that you guys ain't overstepping and terrorizing the neighborhood in the name of officer safety. Bunch of scared little babies, the police department. If they can't knock on a door on a call, they're going to pull in a SWAT team and SWAT an apartment full of family. It has nothing to do with something. And you know what? And if I got any of the facts wrong on that, it's your own police department's fault, because I contacted them to ask them some questions about it, and they did not get back to me. So anything that is incorrect on that lays on you guys. So I'm done with seeing the militarization of police departments and swatting a house on a mere thought of a gun, because I'm pretty sure no gun was even found at the house. Then, to go further, I was in Amherst. They swatted a house for a guy who was alleged to have just murdered somebody. All right, we're all for this swatting when dangerous people, but to swat an innocent family, they won't even speak for it. The neighbors won't speak for it because they're afraid of retaliation from you guys. What's going on here in Hamburg? That's all I got to say. But I would love to debate you, Dan.
I'm not here to debate anybody.
I'd love to debate you.
What I said in the email basically was that leeches that go and they press charges on towns and that where it's more beneficial and easier for a town to pay off the ransom, if you want to call it, rather than take it to court because it'll cost more money. And then go on YouTube and sell commercial advertisement. Yeah.
To expose government corruptions? Would you say the same thing to Channel 4 News when they run commercials, that they're making advertisements so their news isn't worthy of news? You understand the First Amendment? You took an oath to that, Dan.
I understand the First
More than
Amendment.
once, as far as I believe you're military service, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
So,
and I'm proud of it.
And then to tell a citizen who's redressed their grievances or seeing something horrible to adjust their tone. Who the heck do you think you are? And another thing, where the problem is somebody just back here said it's a formality to come down to these hearings. You know why it's a formality? Because half these people in here are thanking you for the opportunity to speak to you. You should be thanking the public for being down here to give you the direction to go. Like, the people in here who are thanking you for their opportunity to speak to this board are delusional. And that's the problem with this country. We need more people like sheepdogs to stand up and tell you guys the way it is. Because this swatting was bull. And if you want to defend it, I'd love to debate you on that one, Dan.
I'll have to watch.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Warren. Do we have anybody else signed up? Ms. Robertson, could you take a quick?
Councilman Daniel Kozub seems to think we're leeches because we expose the corruption in government. If you don't go with his narration or what he wants, you're nothing more than a leech, fam. What do you all think? Make sure you leave a comment in the comment section. But before we go, I do want to show one last thing that I'd like to expose. In the last video, there was a scene where we panned over and we seen this girl here, and you can see the shiner on her eye. People are like, oh my God, how did that happen?
Yeah, she's in the house right now, dude. If they're yelling over bullhorn, come out, your hands up. We got the fucking whole street blocked off, dude. The motherfucking street blocked off, man. Fucking tackle here. They're here for him, dude. He's done. The house is fucking surrounded. Listen, he beat the bride up last night. The one black girl beat her up fucking bad.
That's right, fam. That's what happened to our friend's face here. Jay beat her up bad. So, Erie County fam, I want you all to be aware of this slime ball. He's a woman beater. Be aware, keep your distance from this man. He's not to be trusted around your women or any women. He's a woman beater.
Well, Erie County fan, there's your town board. We're going to reach out to Dan and see if he wants to debate their decision to swap that house and that family. And they think that's right. And they think that they can talk about monetization on YouTube. That's commercials. That's how journalists make money. All right. That's how all of them do it. You never hear this guy complain that the New York Times put an ad in their newspaper. No, this guy's ridiculous. So hopefully we'll debate us because I'd love to talk to him some more.
We live in a society now where people want to record how they discipline their child. People that might get mad with this video is the people that probably already embarrassed their.
Sorry about that. Here you go.
It's sad. So sad. It's so sad. The departments need to be accountable. Need to be held accountable.
I've got a good one here.
Here where this pathetic fraternal order of police president is crying about the fact that they could lose police qualified immunity, which is that silly legal phenomenon that actually protects cops in their criminality. I wanted to talk about this video right here. This is from the YouTube channel Film the Police LA, where this guy goes to the LAPD commission to confront the LAPD over their absurd budget request and lack of accountability. Check this out.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on all items. So you just gave a report about how crime is down. I've been hearing that for the last 3 years now, actually 4 years. Crime's down, crime's down, crime's down. At the same time, you've lost the number of cops. So crime is down, the number of cops are fewer, and yet you're asking for a large increase in your budget. Last year, you asked for $100 million. You got almost all of it. And in the process, we've defunded our city. We've cut aging funding by $5.1 million to give you guys more money. We've cut street services by $15 million. We've cut public works. We've cut the fire department. We've cut animal services. We're defunding our city as we give you guys more money and more money. But you're telling us that crime is down. Now, you, Chief, you said the other day that you don't actually believe crime is down. You think people are not reporting crime. I want to know, is there an excess of bodies laying around out there in the street, of murders that are not being reported? Do you really believe that? Because that was specifically what it was in what you were commenting about. Somebody brought up murders and you said, well, people aren't reporting these crimes. So there are bodies laying in the street that nobody knows about, that not being reported, according to you. That's nonsense. Okay.
You know what's amazing to me is cops crying for qualified immunity and the desire to get more funding when, and this again, this is LA. All this happens in New York. It happens in Tennessee. It happens in Oklahoma. It happens wherever, but they're constantly shaking down and fleecing the people that they're supposed to be protecting and serving under traffic law, civil asset forfeiture law, drug law. They're constantly shaking us down, and yet they have the gall to look at us in the face and say, we need more money from you. We need more money from you as we continue to abuse you and extort you.
That's nonsense. But this year, now you guys are asking for $250 million more. You guys are defunding our city at the same time. The homelessness problem, Karen Bass can say what she wants. It's getting worse, all right? People are struggling out there. The streets are falling apart. The streets are filthy because we're defunding the city. And at the same time, we're giving the cops more money. The average LAPD officer makes $132,000 a year. How much are you guys making? And where do they live? 84% of these officers live outside of the city of LA. So we are taking that money, sending it to San Bernardino, sending it to Orange County, sending it to Ventura, sending it to Texas. We have officers that live in Tennessee and Florida. That money is going elsewhere. We're subsidizing them with our hard-earned money. And it's not right. Now, I look at the makeup of this commission, the Civilian Oversight Commission right here. You would like to see this commission represent the people of the community. I don't see that. I see an ex-police chief right here. I see an ex-prosecutor. Where are the bakers? Where are the school teachers? Where are the store owners? And then we have Florence Chu. I don't even want to get into you because all you do is consistently cover up for the LAPD.
In other words, there's no representation for the people. There's only representation for the state. You don't just, this isn't just in the LAPD commission, it's everywhere. There are no real representatives for the people.
I dealt with you not so long ago where a cop stepped on a man's head. It's all on video for everyone to see. And you guys came back and said it did not happen. And you said the guy did not even complain about having his head stepped on. And you can clearly hear it on video of him complaining about having his head stepped on. Shame on all of you.
Yeah, all you cops out there. Again, this is from Film the Police LA. And again, before I get to this Fraternal Order of Police goon saying we don't need to get rid of qualified immunity, we got to protect our police officers, or just the world's going to go to hell in a handbasket. I also want to show you this city council meeting where, and this is old, this is years old, but it's still in play because the garbage keeps happening. This is people, concerned members of the public, going to a city council meeting in protest for the actions of the Fullerton Police Department, who beat down and killed Kelly Thomas.
I'm sure I speak for the entire Fullerton City Council when I say how shocked I am by this incident, said Mayor Richard Jones. As a parent, I can't begin to imagine the pain the family of the Kelly Thomas has experienced over the loss of their son and brother, and my heart goes out all to his family.
The citizens of Fullerton deserve better than this, deserve more from this from their police department. You talk about disciplinary actions. Well, I'm not before you asking for disciplinary actions. I'm asking you to do the right thing. I'm asking for the police chief to step down and resign. And if he doesn't,
I personally think this is pathetic right here because criminal activity was foisted on Kelly Thomas that led to his death, and people shouldn't be stepping down and resigning and losing their jobs. They should have all of their assets liquidated and given to this poor family, and the people who committed the crime, I don't care if they're wearing a uniform or not, should be thrown into jail.
When we saw the pictures of this person who was killed, obviously the way he looked in his face, I would have expected to see that in some kind of photojournalistic portrayal of Gaza or Guantanamo, but not here in California, not here in Orange County.
I've been a member of this community all my life, and I think it's ridiculous what has happened. I demand that Mr. Sellers is taken off the force. The chief needs to be removed. We need to stand for what's right for Kelly. We're here for justice for Kelly today. This is ridiculous what's going on. Mr. Mayor, this is the first time I've heard you speak, and I want to know why. Have you ever heard of a press conference? We need to feel safe in our community, and you are not making us feel safe.
For this to have happened is unfathomable. It's a disgrace. And when we look at something like this happening in the military, it's either a breakdown in a lack of training or a breakdown in discipline. And I think it could possibly be both. So I would say this is a lack of discipline in this department. It's a failure of leadership from you, sir, and from your police department. And it's disgraced the city that I love.
I thought it quite amusing listening to, as I said, babbling rhetoric about the poor city's having a difficult time. Well, yeah, it's the citizens of the city that are having a difficult time. I could care less about you folks. We, the family, are having a difficult time, a real difficult time. I'm this close to losing it emotionally. You need to see it. You need to see it. And after you lose your lunch, give me a call, Mr. Mayor. Because they brutally beat my son to death, as I gave you the pictures last meeting. Sickening. You have an opportunity here, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, to do something. Regain some faith. You have a huge opportunity to do the right thing here. Contact the DA's office tomorrow, and actually Stan Berry's still at work, who I have a lot of faith in this investigation, and find out where he's at. Because I have absolutely no doubt that if the district attorney or even the city or even this police department seen me beating somebody to death on a video, I'd be so far behind bars you couldn't find me.
You know, it amazes me with all the criminality, brutality, deception, extortion, and just outright evil inflicted on us daily by law enforcement. Why do we need cops making our lives more difficult? And if the problem with the world is that they're evil people, why do we give some of these evil people a uniform, a badge, and a gun and authority? This is a proposed amendment that would lead to the end of qualified immunity in Ohio. And check out the Fraternal Order of Police resist this like crazy.
At 5:30, a move to get rid of the legal shield covering police officers in Ohio, now one step closer to becoming law. Supporters now will start collecting signatures to put the issue on the ballot for next year. If it passes, Ohio would be the first state in the nation to end what's known as qualified immunity by the vote of the people. WCPO 9 News reporter Jay Shakur examines what's at stake.
Ending the special protection government workers have at the people's expense.
It's almost impossible to sue your governments when they violate your constitutional rights.
That's why.
That's so interesting. The servants, the public servants, the people who are supposed to be looking out for your rights are the ones who get the extra protections. The rights that you have, the unalienable rights that you have, are supposed to be the extra protections that the servants are supposed to be protecting.
Kyle Pierce believes government employees in Ohio shouldn't have a legal shield that protects them from lawsuits. Pierce, executive director of the Ohio Coalition to End Qualified Immunity, is pushing for a state law that gets rid of that.
Don't you think that ought to be changed here in Ohio? And a lot of people kind of do fall into the same mindset because it's a very American ideal. It's not left. It's not right.
Qualified immunity protects certain government officials like teachers and police officers if they're accused of violating a person's civil rights while working in their official capacity. But why is it on the books, and what could happen if this law is removed? Fraternal Order of Police President Ken Colbert says the amendment could damage law enforcement.
Qualified immunity exists for a reason. It exists for the balance between accountability for public servants as well as to protect them from frivolous lawsuits.
No, actually, it protects them from transparency. It protects them from accountability and responsibility. And it's abused. Even if you have a camera recording a cop committing a criminal act, that qualified immunity helps them immensely. Sometimes they don't even get into trouble. Sometimes they get into trouble by getting a paid administrative leave as they investigate, and then they get back with you to let you know what they found. Sometimes the cop just quits so that he can retain his pension and go to another police department. Sometimes they just put you on a Brady list so that you can't take a witness stand because nobody can believe any word that comes out of your mouth. There's major protection for these public servants who are committing crimes against the rest of us.
Cobra cites policies already on the books to discipline officers, but the amendment would allow the government agency, not the government employee, to be sued for financial damages. Part of the proposed amendment reads, any individual who is an officer, agent, employee, or servant of the state or a political subdivision. Some are saying that's too broad. What's your response to that?
If the government isn't violating our rights, then there should be no issue here.
You violate somebody's constitutional rights, or you violate a law in such a way that a reasonable person in that field would know that it's wrong, you already don't get qualified immunity. So these things are already in place. To just blanketly get rid of qualified.
That's not even true. Case in point, look at Daniel Shaver. Daniel Shaver was murdered in that hallway of the La Quinta Inn, and Philip Brailsford, who murdered him, was acquitted. Look at Matthew Schneider, who tased Johnny Wheatcroft 11 times, including 2 times in the private parts, torturing him in front of his screaming children and his distraught family right next to him in a car. What happened to Matthew Schneider? Slap on the wrist, no jail time. That's qualified immunity.
Immunity.
That's just 2 examples.
Is going to damage public servants. People are going to leave.
In Cincinnati, Jay Shakur, WCPO 9 News.
Oh no, people are going to leave the police department. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comment section below. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to my
Yeah, and if you haven't subscribed already, you can get over there and subscribe.
Yes. You know, they need to lose their immunity, just like teachers need to lose their, tenure. Nobody else gets it. So, jump up.
Oh shit. All right, let's see if I can find something else.
What else is there? Oh yeah, I see. Nancy Pelosi broke her hip.
Well, there's a God after all.
Delhi murder sentenced to 130 years. New Jersey governor said shoot down the drones. One of the police departments said shoot down the drones. Well, I guess they're going to start shooting them down.
Why is Flight MH370 back in the news?
Who?
Flight MH370.
No idea.
Oh, it's made unavailable again. Wow. Deleted that quick, didn't they? Yeah. Okay.
On the search for the missing Malaysian Airlines flight MH370. Joining me now is David Meehan, who's a deep sea wreck hunter and director at Blue Water Recoveries. David, I hope I got your surname right there. I'm sure you'll correct me if I didn't, but it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us nonetheless. It's pretty incredible that this search is resuming after all this time, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure the families are delighted. They've been lobbying this for years. And so this is a very positive step that the search is being resumed, because without searching, the plane will never be found.
Yeah, just remind people what happened then, because it really did just disappear, didn't it?
Well, it did and it didn't. There are traces of it, electronic traces. That's where the search is based on. But yes, in terms of the fact that we have no real idea what caused the plane to crash and why all these people had died, that's a 10-year mystery that needs to be solved.
Yeah, look, I appreciate some bits and pieces of it washed up, I think, in Madagascar in a few years back, but that really is all people have had to go on thus far. So are you surprised then that the search, a new search, has been sanctioned by the Malaysian government, which suggests something else has been found or is known about?
Well, I mean, for years they've been campaigning. The last search was in 2018. And each year that went by, the families were disappointed that there was no movement. So this is definitely a positive development. There seems to be new political will to get to the bottom of this. What is a little bit concerning is that the area that they're searching is relatively small. It's only 15,000 square kilometers, where previously 240,000 square kilometers of seabed have been searched. 120,000 square kilometers of those by the same company that's going back out to resume the search, Ocean Infinity. And they've clearly got the best technology to find the plane. So we can be hopeful of that. But it is a curious thing that it's a relatively small search area that they're commissioning now. And personally, I'd like them to almost have a multi-year commitment to this, not just a small limited search, but something that a political commitment that we'll get to the bottom of this no matter how long it takes.
When you say they've got the best technology for searching, what do you mean? How do they do this search? How can it be different from last time as well?
Well, in years past, we search using sonar, various types of sonar, mainly side scan and multi-beam sonar, and you can deploy it two ways. One, you can tow it off from a long cable from your ship, and this is the way we did it in the old days. Now, more we're using autonomous vehicles. That's the removing of that cable to the surface vessel. So essentially, underwater drones, and that's just superior technology. It gives you much better imagery. It can find things, much smaller objects, and go very deep. And so that's the kind of technology that Ocean Infinity has pioneered for the deep ocean, and not just using one vehicle, but multiple vehicles, so they can cover lots of seabed very, very quickly. And I think they're aiming for an area where the previous two searches overlapped, where we had a combination of both AUV-based information and towed search. And we're getting the feeling that they've lost confidence in some of the imagery that they got from the towed search, where previously said the plane is not there, and maybe they want to go back over those areas that are problematic.
I appreciate it's not an exact science, because if it was, they probably would have found it by now. But what is likely to appear if they did sight the plane in somehow on the seabed? Would it be apparent? Would it be obvious that that's what they were looking at, or would there still be quite a bit of analysis to do of the sonar picture, if you like?
If the area that the plane has crashed, and this is where they're searching, is relatively flat, the water depth is deep, but the seabed is relatively flat, anywhere from about 4,300 to 4,800 meters, it will be apparent, readily apparent, almost immediately apparent that they've come across the wreckage. Because everything we know about this plane, from the physical debris that's been recovered, is that it has fragmented when it hit the ocean surface. And that has been the case with almost every single wide-body plane that has been lost over the years that we have found. And it leaves a very clear debris field on the seabed that is clearly man-made. It's not related to a shipwreck. It's different than geology, and it's readily apparent. And the only thing that really complicates that, if you're unlucky and it happens to crash in an area where the seabed is so rough, the geology is very rugged, it's almost mountainous terrain, and that is a complication. But it looks like the area that they're aiming for in this particular resumption of the search is an area that's relatively flat and featureless. And we just have to hope that whatever new analysis they're using, because there's no real new information, it's just people picking over the bones of what we already know and coming up with new ideas about where the plane may be. And this area appears to be relatively a good area to search.
David, can I put you on the spot just to finish off? What do you think is most likely happened to this flight? Do you think, as some speculate, that there was intention behind it falling out of the air, or do you think there was some sort of catastrophe with the aircraft, or a plausible accident, for example?
Yeah, well, I'm one very much against this speculation, because there's people that already believe they know what happened, and for that reason, there's no reason for searching. But I'll bring people back to an example I was involved with. I led the search for Emiliano Sala's plane that crashed in the Channel. This is the Argentinian footballer who died with the pilot David Ibbotson. And until his body was recovered, we didn't know that the cause of it was carbon monoxide in the cockpit. That wasn't on anybody's radar. And so until we find the plane, recover the black boxes, we don't know what happened to MH370.
Malaysia will resume.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Got a Tyrant Terminator.
Yeah.
Tyrant Terminator. He's good. I like him. Terminator.
I get y'all with another one. Man, today we're at the Illinois State Police Office out in Joliet, Illinois. And we're just getting ready to see if they respect our rights to record in public and to make sure that our rights are not infringed on by anyone at any time. So let's go see. $53.98. That's what I have to dial, $53.98. Okay. Hey, I appreciate it, man. No problem. How can we help you? I'll probably get some help probably in a few moments. Like file a FOIA with you guys or something after I document.
Are you filming right now?
Yeah.
Why?
Just because I'm documenting my day today.
Documenting your day?
Correct.
This is a state facility, sir.
I know. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Lee, can you stand here with me? This gentleman is filming. I don't know why.
Like, just coming in, documenting the day. Like I said, after I'm documenting the publicly accessible areas, I'll file a FOIA and I'll be good to go. Nothing, I don't have any ill intent.
Do you have any business here?
Yeah, I need to file a FOIA.
Okay, you need to file a FOIA. You can do that online.
I know. I'd rather do it in person, though. State statutes, state law said we can do it in person.
Request? Do you have a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request? We don't have any of those.
Are you like an officer as well, sir?
We both are. We're both sworn police officers. We're state police officers.
Right. Okay. Well, that's beautiful then. So you guys should have the knowledge of the rights,
I'm
man.
gonna go to my desk. I'm gonna print you out a FOIA request.
For sure.
After that, will your business here be done?
After I file my FOIA? Oh, for sure. Yeah. Always, like I said, the first thing I'm gonna do is document the publicly accessible areas, file my FOIA, and then it will be done. For sure. I'm not entirely sure. It seems like he's trying to escalate this thing for no reason, man. Yeah, he's trying to escalate, man. Yeah, he was proud to say they were sworn officers. Of course, you guys are sworn. Of course, and already just right away you're trying to infringe on our rights to record. That's not right. Nothing really too much to see right here, but did they tell you I was good to go?
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get you a FOIA request and I'll be back. This is what I'm telling you.
I know, I'm talking about in there. Obviously, you went in there and told them what I was doing. Did someone in there tell you I had a right to do it? Obviously so. It's crazy, man. It's just crazy. Oh, my living God, man. I'm sorry, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm just recording anything my eyes can see in the publicly accessible areas, not intentionally trying to record you, but if my camera just so happens to capture. No, the entire building, like just the inside right here. I know I can't go back there, right? I can stay right here. So that's what I'm doing. I don't see what's the problem today. Are you guys just like dispatch or? I say, are you guys like dispatch? Receptionist, right? Yeah. So I don't know. Man. The guy tried to escalate the thing, but that's unnecessary. It's not illegal. It's actually our right to record. We have a right to do it. You can't secretly record audio. Like I can't have a tape recorder and I'm not doing anything to hide what I'm doing right now, so I'm good to go. At least you know something. You know, this guy seems like he didn't know anything. So, if by any chance, is there a way you guys can like how does it rank here? Is it like sergeants, lieutenants? He's a lieutenant. So who's over him? Would it be commander? Commander. Is any one of them young lady or young man available to speak with? Yeah, can you ask them for me just so I can have a dialogue? Appreciate it. Yeah, so he went in this conference room. It seemed like there's a lot of officers in that room. His mannerisms were kind of different once he came out the room, a little bit, just a tad bit. He still was rude, but when we asked him, did someone educate him, he didn't want to disclose. So I think that someone in that room must have told him, like, you know, as soon as we came in right away, this is a state facility. Oh, well, of course it is. That doesn't, you know, that doesn't prohibit what we're doing right here in the lobby. Yeah, but it is what it is. GTA family, y'all make sure y'all stay tuned.
All right, sir. Here you go. There's 4 copies of FOIA requests.
Okay, what's your name and badge number, sir?
Julius Jones, 50008. Lieutenant Julius Jones.
He wants to see if he can talk to the commander.
I am the commander right now. How can I help you?
Oh, so she said you were a lieutenant.
I am. The commander's not here.
Okay. Well, I need to speak to somebody over you.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to call somebody. I don't know if there's nobody here from a sworn perspective that's higher ranked than me right now.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, but how does it rank? After you, then who is it? Like a chief, obviously, so right?
No, that's not.
Deputy chief?
No, that's not how state police structure works.
Okay, so who's higher? What's the highest rank?
He's
here?
the captain.
The captain.
Yeah.
And he's not here.
No, he's not.
Okay. Well, how do I contact him or her?
I can give you his office phone number.
Okay, yeah, that'll suffice. Yeah, just so we can.
Can I have a sticky note and a pen?
Contact someone, man, because I think that was unnecessary when we first came in, but.
Give me a big one.
Definitely so.
Please, thank you.
Then we'll fill this FOIA out, turn it back into the young lady. She'll give us a copy. We'll be good to go.
What's your name, sir?
I'd just rather remain anonymous.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah, I just want to exercise my right.
What you're doing is you just trying to agitate is what you're doing.
I mean, that's sad that you'll say that you're a sworn officer, man.
Yeah, that's all you
I'm supposed to protect the Constitution, man.
You good?
It's much easier to fill that out online because each agency has their own form, right? Go online, fill it out, you're good to go.
No, I understand. I just like to do it the old school way.
There's different forms for each agency, so we can't print up all those forms for you.
Oh, well, he just gave it to me.
It's more than just the one form, is what I'm saying.
FOIA request. Oh, yeah.
But you gotta put the agency and all the other stuff, wherever you're requesting information from.
So I'm gonna request it from this particular entity right here. Yeah. Yeah.
But you gotta do it online, though. You gotta submit it online.
No, I can turn it in right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what we're gonna do with it? We're gonna send it to FOIA.
Exactly. That's you're supposed to forward it for sure. Yeah, for sure. Sir, what's your name and badge number, sir?
You need anything else from me?
I'm sorry.
You need anything else?
No.
You
Yeah.
Your name and badge number, sir? Oh, you don't want to identify. Yeah, he a tyrant, man. Yeah, when they want to violate their own policy, man, y'all know how they go. We're gonna fill out this FOIA momentarily. And we'll be able to book on out. So I guess the captain That's James Rosa Nova. Hope I said his last name right. Y'all make sure y'all stay tuned on that. How you doing, officer? All right.
Hi, how's it going? Good. Did you guys call? Yeah. Okay.
I wonder, did they call you because of me?
They might have. What are you doing?
I'm just recording right here.
Reason?
Well, you never really need a reason to exercise any rights, officer, respectfully. I'm having dialogue with them about that, but that'd be crazy for them to call the police, and they are the police. It's crazy.
I don't know. I mean, I'm recording too.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if they're going to ask you to cut yours off. Oh, wow.
I think it was more of a causing an issue or problem.
Oh, okay.
Lieutenant Jones. He wants to fill out a FOIA request, and we're asking him to do that expeditiously, and we're going to ask him to leave after he does that.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, he's still recording as opposed to filling out the FOIA request. So we have no idea why he's doing that and why he's filming us.
I told him exactly why I was.
What did you say?
Because I have a right to film, and I need to file a FOIA, which it's an additional right. So that's exactly what I conveyed to the young man. Same thing like this officer's doing. You have a right to record. That's correct. So, exactly.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
I'm the other unit.
Oh, then somebody else is coming.
I just heard them.
Oh, so what do you, so they want you to fill this out, I guess?
Yeah, I was just, to be honest with you, I was just filling it out until I seen you came in, and I had to.
Oh,
yeah.
You didn't even start it yet.
Yeah, I just sat down to fill it out, but when I seen you, I had to have a dialogue to see if the police called the police, and they actually did. So,
So you just want him to fill this out
and leave?
Okay.
I'm definitely going to. But I mean, there's laws that protect what I'm doing here. First of all, the First Amendment protects it.
A FOIA request. So
Yeah.
we've asked him to do that. He told us that he was going to do it here anyway.
Yeah, we have a right to do it in person.
Well, sure. We'll get the results.
No, of course not. I know this has to be forwarded to their public information officer. Yeah, I know that. I know exactly what I'm doing, officer. I do these all over, man. So.
Well, I guess they're just curious. Well, if you fill out paperwork, what do you fill it for?
Well, when I first came in, I explained to him that I wanted to document the publicly accessible areas, which this is one, and file a FOIA. So it's two different things I was trying to do. Obviously, he had a problem with both. For him to call additional law enforcement for something that's not illegal.
If somebody starts filming inside their building, they're curious.
Well, this is the people's building, respectfully.
There's only so much you can record.
Exactly. I know I can't go past that door because it's restricted, or that one.
Right, but like, did you get all your filming done? Or
Yeah, definitely so. Oh, I have to file a request for her. She's taking a personal video of us. So I just noticed that. So I have to file a FOIA for that as well. Yeah. So that's okay though. But yeah, I know, like you said, there's only so much you can do. Yeah, and I was just getting ready to fill it out, but I wanted to have a dialogue to see if the cops called the cops.
well, they did.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is like basically like our town kind of like, so they're gonna call us.
Yeah, it's our jurisdiction.
Oh, okay. Well,
Why don't you go and fill out your paper?
definitely going to. Well, I was waiting to have a dialogue with you guys. I don't need to be rushed into something I know I can do. It's time, place, and manner. As long as this place is open to the public, I can be here. So that's all. Yeah. So I don't understand what's the problem, sir.
I know.
Let's see. Like they called cops called the cops. Wow. Officer, what's your name back, sir?
Eric, 327.
Appreciate it. And you too, ma'am.
Venus.
Start number?
325.
Appreciate that.
What's your name, sir?
You know what? You guys been kind of respectful. So I give you my first name, James.
All right.
Willie then.
Kind of respectful.
Well, the reason why you haven't been disrespectful, though. The reason why I use the word kinda is because it would have been beautiful if you guys would have came in here and told this guy that we had a right to do what I was doing. That would have been gorgeous.
I don't know what the complaint was.
I know, but now that you know.
I haven't stopped you.
No, I don't want to be rushed neither, though. So even after I'm filling this out, when you guys leave, then I'll book on out. I will.
What?
Like once I fill this out and get a copy, and then you guys leave, then I'll be leaving. Because I don't want him to think that you guys made me leave. Okay. So let me see. Okay. Well, we definitely can do it anonymously. Right, and then she took a picture of us. I need to get it. Definitely need to FOIA that. We're gonna FOIA that as well. So TTF, y'all make sure y'all stay tuned.
Patty, what? No, I don't. So I'll take that and get you a copy.
Okay. So with Joliet's PD, how does it rank? Like the highest person is obviously the chief, right? Do you guys have lieutenants? You above the chief? I want you to mayor.
He is kind of like the mayor.
Like the mayor?
His personality. He's got a big personality like you. I've known you for 5 minutes, and I can tell you have a big personality like him. You guys are getting along.
I wish that guy had the same mannerisms you guys just had, man. So,
yeah.
But like I say, man, I'm done. Like once he gets me my copy, I wait for you guys to pull off, and then I'll be out of here like I always do.
Yeah. So yeah, we have chief. Then we have what, 4 deputy chiefs.
Deputy chief. What about no lieutenants?
Yeah,
Oh,
lieutenants, sergeants, and then patrolmen.
Oh, no commander.
No, not anymore.
Oh,
They
okay.
used to.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you guys get anybody to ever come into you guys, the police department and film?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, so y'all used to it.
Well, everywhere you go, there's cameras.
Exactly. Exactly.
The only place you have expectation of privacy is in bathrooms, your house, stuff like that.
Makes sense, of course.
Private business.
Like Walmart or something like that.
No.
Well, Walmart, if the owner could actually to stop recording on his property, for sure.
The owner, huh?
Yeah, the Walton family.
So your name is not on this. So
That's correct.
So how can we request information without your information?
So how it works is I'll give you guys a ring in 5 days. That's the law. And then I'll see if the materials are ready. Yeah, that's the law.
If I don't know your name or your date of birth, I can't give you any information.
Sir.
Would you like for me to just take a copy of your driver's license?
No, sir. So you can fill out a FOIA anonymously.
Okay, here you go.
What? Oh, is this the copy? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, also, so like I was saying, definitely like Walmart or something like that, that's a private business, but anything that's public property, it's wide open.
Yeah, and like I said, we're recording right now.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, all right.
Yeah, I know. It's in Springfield.
And then they don't know what happens after that. Like, if there's no information for them to provide it to someone, it just kind of sits in limbo.
Yeah, but that's when I come in. In 5 days, they have 5 days to respond. I'll contact them.
Who are they responding to?
So
I think that's what he means.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you is like I know when 5 days are up, so I'll call them, ask them, is it ready? And when they say it is ready,
I get that part.
yeah.
But then if you come in here and you say, I want the FOIA for this, but they don't have the identification of who this is supposed to go to, how do they release it to you?
Well, this is making a record as well. So if I come back here and they say the materials are ready, the lieutenant here knows that I'm the one that made that request on today's date.
But again, it's not being distributed to an individual.
And not until I come back. That's right. You're right. You're right.
But it's not, but again.
I don't think it's like our FOIAs, you can do it online, and then everybody that has ever filled out a FOIA, you can read all their FOIAs even. I know, that 100%. So you can go on there and I can read everybody else has put a FOIA in. Because now it's open, now everybody, I didn't know if that's how that is too.
Exactly. Yeah, like I say, you can fill out a FOIA anonymously. There's no identification required. I don't have to put my name and birth date or anything like that.
I know if you do online, they want your email to email you back.
Yeah, that's not necessary. That's unnecessary.
All right. Well, it was nice to
It's all good. It's all good. All right, you officers have a nice one.
When he actually is in, I'd like to talk to you guys, just a brief formal.
Okay, sure.
Like I just told you guys, when you guys pull off, that's when I'll leave. I mean,
I want to go to another room. Sure.
All right, have a good day.
You too. You too. So, yeah, you know, we ain't going for none of that GTA family. Y'all already know, man. Stop it. So yeah, I guess they're still back there talking. Whatever, you know, whatever, you know. He's probably back there trying to tell them, you know, you guys can't make them leave. I mean, they can try to come up with something to try to force me to leave. You know, then that's going to just come down on them. You know what I mean? You know, just to be perfectly honest, I can't believe that the cops caught the cops. I can't believe it. I'm dead serious. I mean, I can understand, like you said, it's their jurisdiction, but this is the Illinois State Police, right? They got jurisdiction in every city, county in the state. They can drive everywhere, right? And enforce the law, right? Make arrests and things of that nature, right? So it's just messed me all the way up that the police, a lieutenant, called the police. Wow. Wow. So, but it is what it is, GTA family, man. It is what it is. Yeah, she took a picture of us with her phone, man. I'm glad I was able to capture that. And then I already know, man, they gonna, you know, my FOIAs, like I say, for a while now, they've been making me fight hard for my FOIAs, man, making me go through the PAC counselor to try to, you know, appeal they deny it. They've been denying them for a while now, almost everyone. Like they got my name up there, you know. When this guy sent a FOIA, denied having, you know, and then when they go to the PAC counselor, that's denied as well. So, but it is what it is, man. Y'all make sure y'all stay tuned.
All right. Are we done here, sir?
I mean, you just took a picture of me, so I definitely got to get a copy of that now. So, if I can get a copy of this, do I turn it in there?
Sure, I'll give you a copy.
Okay. Is any sergeants on duty today?
Of course.
Okay, just to make sure, man, because I kind of got a feeling. I'm speculating, but I kind of got a feeling that this guy's going to try to ask you guys to trespass me. And that's
He will.
He will.
He will.
You will trespass me.
Yes, it's true. It will be.
Minus a crime.
Huh?
Minus a crime.
Trespassing is a crime.
What crime did I commit to be trespassed? I understand. So what crime did I commit to be trespassed?
He's asking you to leave the establishment.
Even though I have a right to be here.
Listen, you have a right to come here and do your business and then leave, just like everybody else.
Right. So this is considered my business.
You told me. You were talking professionally out here.
That's correct.
You said to me, officer, I'm going to fill this out. And then once you guys leave the building, I'm going to follow you up. That's what you told me.
Hey, that's right. So why haven't you guys left? Right.
We come back out and now you're once again
Filing a FOIA. That's correct.
Okay, so you now are going past the normal business, right?
Absolutely not.
You're not.
No, because the state
So
of
when did you come in- when you came
so
in-
you're not going to allow me to speak.
No, I'm allowing you. When you came in here to fill this FOIA out.
That's correct.
Nobody bothered you.
That's correct.
He allowed you to do that.
That's correct.
Nobody did. He gave you the copy.
Right.
Your business was done.
That's correct.
So what are we doing now?
He took a picture of me. Did you see that?
Why didn't you? I think his question is, between you filling this out and your business was done, why didn't you leave then?
Because I was waiting for you guys to leave like I conveyed it to
Why
you.
do you have to leave us?
Because I still have a right to be here as long as it's time, place, and manner. Supreme Court has already ruled on that.
The Supreme Court doesn't back anyone up to say, once you're done with your business, past a certain degree, you can't come in here.
So why are you waiting for me to leave?
Recording in public is business, sir. That's
So why did you? Why did you
journalism.
wait till I leave?
Recording in public is on the sidewalk. I will fill you in on what the Supreme Court has.
I mean, if you want to, can you call a sergeant?
Why do you want to wait till I leave?
Yeah, okay,
Why-
maybe he won't, would you?
Why- I'm asking you a question. Why did you want to wait till I left?
I explained that to you.
I know you never explained why.
Yeah, I said, because I don't want him to think that you guys are forcing me to leave, which will be a violation of my rights. I don't want him to put you guys in a pickle. If you get what I'm saying?
Everybody's business here is done. All right, we're all done? All right.
We'll see you guys later. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, man. What you think they talking to, man? You see, man, the dude turned out to be a tyrant, man. He probably was a tyrant from the gate. What you talking about, man? They ain't asked me to leave this public building, man. And even if I'm done with FOIA, recording is still considered a business that I'm conducting. I'm still conducting business recording in this public lobby. What is he talking about, man? You get a sergeant out here if we need anyone to call one, though. Don't kick rocks around the corner, man. Goofy. Yeah, man. Y'all stay tuned with TTA, fam.
That Terminator is out there. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever.
Man, go on, get on up out of here, man. Attaboy. Attaboy. So from the top, TTA family, from the top, came out here to the Illinois State Police out in Joliet, Illinois, to do what we always do. That's to record in public. Make sure that our rights won't be infringed on by anyone at any time. Soon as we came in, man. Soon as we came in, that lieutenant dude, man, you can just tell his authority went to his head, man. It went to his head like you wouldn't believe. Right away, man, this is a state building, you can't do it, what you're doing it for. You know, all this, more of the same. There you go. That's what we say now. More of the same, TTA family. So we tried to explain what we was doing, you know, which we really never really have to, you know what I mean? But we tried to explain. They just weren't interested, man. So another cop came in, another black guy, you know, he was kind of like asking for man, you standing right here like he was, you know, a little like they wanted to probably go hands-on. Dude wanted to try to stand behind me, the other dude. You know, all this is just because we exercising rights, man. Could you believe it? So, you know, we go through that right there. Then I noticed that he went inside of a conference room. He went in that conference room. It sounded like there's multiple people in there, probably officers, other state police officers, right? He went in there, and I think that he probably tried to clarify if I could do what I was doing, right? Because his mannerisms was a tad bit different. He was still rude or whatnot, but it was just a tad bit different when he was going to get the FOIA request for us in the back, right? So somebody probably in that room must have told him, because he was a little different, but he still called the police. So the other guy from the beginning, he was like, man, can you stand right here right quick just to see what this dude doing? He came back out trying to explain stuff about FOIA and online and, you know, just more of the same. We know exactly what we're doing. We know exactly how we want to file it, period, right? And you can tell he was a He probably was trying to kiss up the dude, though. He probably was trying to make it seem like, man, I got your back, man. I got your back. You know, he was unprofessional. Like, what's your name and badge number, sir? He ignored me, so we asked him again on his way to. He didn't want to give it. So you're a tyrant, man. You're a straight up tyrant. So this dude called the police, though. Now I'm telling you, man, this got to be the most. Man, listen, I don't think TTFL. Y'all let me know, man. Any of our sisters and brothers, man. First Amendment ordinance sisters and brothers ever got the police called on them from the police? Seriously, man, I never seen it. This is the Illinois State Police. This is the Illinois State Police right here, man. In the city of Joliet on what street this is? Chicago Street. On Chicago and Benton Street in Joliet. You see what I'm saying? He called the police, and he is the police. This dude here, man, totally misinformed, Joe. He tried to throw his weight around, you know, his authority around. We ain't going for none of that, man. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. But definitely some complaints coming, man. Definitely, we're gonna get in contact with the captain. He gave us his direct number, contacts. We're gonna try to follow up with the captain, and we're gonna go from there. My thing was these other two officers from Joliet that came in. Now, I'm gonna tell you what type of officers they are. They act like they cool with you, like they just did, right? And we see this all the time with police officers. They act like they real cool with you, laugh and giggle about small talk, just like they did, right? But the moment that it was time to back one of their own that was obviously doing things wrong and trying to violate our rights, they get right on board. I'm not gonna say the lady cop as much, but the male cop for sure, because when it came out, I could just feel the energy after the lieutenant asked him to come to the back. Like, man, can you come to the back? Let me holler at y'all, you know, in private, right? Okay, cool. So I'm expecting when they come back out, I'm expecting them to just kick rocks around the corner, get up out of here. But by them standards, see, this is chess, man. You got to watch every move, man. You got to watch and pay attention to every single move, man. I'm telling you right now. But this is chess and not checkers. Basically, when they came from the back and stood around some more, that let me know that he was back there telling them to try to force me to leave. So when he took my FOIA and to go get another copy, because he took a picture of us as well, so we had to file an additional FOIA. I wanted to put them. I just wanted to see where they was at. So I say, man, you know, just in case, man, we might have to call a sergeant here, because if he try to force you to trespass, the guy cop was like, oh, we will. So we going back and forth about that real quick. But the female cop, it seemed like when I broke it down to her, she kind of was like, you know, well, all our business is done here, then that's it. So it seemed to me that they already knew they couldn't do it, but they was trying to, like I say, sometimes it's poker. Now here go a prime example of sometimes this stuff is poker. They're trying to see who's going to fold first. So if he thought he could scare me with the possible trespass, then I would have folded. I would have folded first, right? That's poker right there. So like I say, it's chess. It's always chess, but it's sometimes poker, man. So we was able to analyze all that right then and there, right while it was going on. So it is what it is, man. But I appreciate everybody been rocking with TTA from the beginning, man. If you're new here, make sure you hit that subscription button because you don't want to miss. We still got a lot of stuff coming up. We got bangers, man. We got a banger that's going to end 2024. So you guys make sure you stay in tune for that. Hey, we back live too. We are back live, 2 p.m. Central this Sunday.
Hello. Oh, Mrs. Reaper.
Hello, Mama Bat. How have you been?
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I've been busy, but I'm good. I missed you.
I see you have been on Northwoods Channel.
I have. I've been I've been sending them presents. I've been waiting for you to come up so I can send you a present.
Well, I have been sick lately, so I have not been on much.
Yeah, I know. Are you feeling any better?
I'm getting there slowly.
Good. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you actually on the mend. It's a slow process, but getting there. That's the main thing.
Slowly but surely, every day's a new day, so it's a new day to get better.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've missed you.
It'll be a long road, but of course, with lupus, there's no cure, so.
No, I've got a stepdaughter who was diagnosed with lupus and Raynaud's when we nearly lost her at 16. And it's the chemo that kills her. She has to have chemo every year because the blood freezes.
So.
Yeah, I know.
And of course, the cold weather doesn't help, so.
No, you need to stay warm. And
Yeah. The arthritis, doesn't help, so. It gets me, but this morning I had to go to the doctor. I had to go to the doctor's early this morning, so.
anything I can do, anything at all. You need anything, just give us a shout. We're sending our love.
Just keep me in your prayer. I have a good support team here.
Good.
So my brothers go to the doctors with me, and I got my nieces and great nieces and nephews. So good support
glad
team.
to hear you've got good support. That's what you need. Family.
Yep. Of course, my kids don't live around me, so that that makes it hard.
Yeah. Oh.
That makes it hard, keeping them informed. But we FaceTime, so.
Yeah. It's important to keep in touch.
Yep.
It's important to stay in touch with them.
Yeah. So, and my house is all one level, so that makes it nice. That makes it nice.
Well, it's nice to see you up because you have been missed.
So, and everything is accessible for me. So, and if it ever gets worse, everything is fully accessible for me. So,
Cool.
I have a walk-in shower, and when I have my parents' forever home, and my home was put in when my mom was ill. So if I ever have to, there was a ramp on my one door for my dad, and we took it out after my dad passed. When I first bought the house, we took the ramp out.
Yeah.
And it can always be put back in.
Yeah.
If I ever have to have the ramp put back in, it can always be put back in.
Good. That's good.
So if that ever comes to it, we can always put the ramp back in.
Cool.
So that's, that can always happen. So that I'm not worried about. So that's something that can be done easily when the time comes. So but that's down the road. Down the road. You know, I just hate going to all these doctor's appointments, and I have infusions 3 times a month. I have 2 for iron infusions and 1 my lupus infusion.
Yeah. Like I said, I know about lupus because of my stepdaughter.
Yeah.
Nearly lost her. The blood was practically, as I say, she's got lupus and Raynaud's, and she has to have chemo to keep her blood from freezing.
Yeah.
It's took hell on a hell of her life because she was only 17 when she was diagnosed, and we nearly lost her.
Yeah.
We got a phone call, me and her dad, saying, my ex-husband, saying, if you want to see her, you've got, you need to do it now because the next 24 hours will be crucial.
Yeah.
It's touch and go whether she'll make it. So I do understand what you're going through. I do not envy you.
So
You're a brave woman, Mama Bear. You're a brave woman.
So, you know, there's days I'm exhausted to no end, and there's days I feel great. And, you know, I was diagnosed 7 years ago, and just lately it seems to be getting worse.
Yeah. Well, I'll have you in my prayers. I'll be thinking of you.
So
get you through. How about you, Mellows?
Sorry, Miss Shreepo, I was just on the phone. What was that? What was the question?
Oh, I just said, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Mama Bear's getting tired talking. I can hear it in her voice. She's getting more tired as she's talking. So I'm giving her a minute to get a breath and break. Give her a break. And then she can tell me more if she wants to.
now I'm getting busy getting ready to move.
Yeah, I am. I can't wait to move.
Yeah.
Get on the ground floor. Some central heating. That's my. You know, I don't ask for much.
He's only got a week away.
Sorry?
Where are you going?
To a faraway land. No, actually, it's not too far from here.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. It's to the most deprived town in the whole of the country, but it'd be fine. It'd be fine.
I've got a present for Mama Bear. Is there anybody on? Or is it people on? I can't see. I want to show you something. I want some Mama Bear and you something.
No, it's just us 3 on the panel at the moment.
Right, okay, so
He's actually gonna be moving where he's gonna have.
I've made that Mama Bear.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, I want to send it you, but you'll have to message Grim with your address so I can send it you. Well, there's nobody else on the panel and nobody.
Well, everyone can see us on YouTube, so.
Yeah, but they couldn't see my face. I did hide my face to make sure because the next one doesn't be going on camera. But I wanted Mama Bear to see that. I've made quite a few pieces, but yellow is a thing for love and friendship.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and the heart is because I love you. So
Yes, I have Grim's email.
yeah, email it to him, and I will post it to you so that you get it. And I'll get it in the post to you as soon as possible. Might cheer you up a little bit.
That is beautiful.
Mm.
I heard you were
Yeah.
making jewelry.
Yeah, I've just made a Grim Reaper for Grim. A magnet. You've got to see this. I'm not going to be on camera. I'm moving, so I'm nowhere near the screen.
Oh wow!
It's not finished setting yet, but
What got you into making jewelry?
It's just a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a hobby. I started on the back of my photography. Started doing some resin, and started framing pictures. I'll get Grim to send you some of the pictures of some of the work I've done. At the moment, I'm doing a Chinese dragon. I've just made Grim a clock, a dragon in the shape of a dragon. So yeah, I've been busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've made some skulls for Northwood because he asked me to. And yeah. I enjoy it. I've come off the gaming. I don't game anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I come off that completely. I'd rather be on here talking to you guys or listening in. I wasn't enjoying it anymore.
You got hooked on
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. People like you and Mountain Girl and Northwood and that. I love it. Oh, Max.
Well,
Grim, you're going to love this.
I emailed in my address.
Oh, thank you. I'll get it in the post with these other packages I've got. So I've got a package going to Mountain Girl. Oh.
It's on Vigilante.
Perfect. Is that? You
So
also
tell him to check Vigilante.
Yeah, I will. I will. What's in it? Oh, wow. I'm so impressed. I've made the staff of life.
You'll have to make yourself a website so you can sell them on online.
I thought about it, but we'll see. It's a hobby more than anything.
Already started building it.
Get yourself a bunch made up and then get online and sell them.
What do you mean? We've already started building it.
I know.
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
No. I'm preparing for it.
Well, when you're ready and you need my help, just let me know.
Yeah, I plan on being up and running by June. I've just got my rotating display stand. I've got my photo booth, my rotating display stands arrived today. I've got a necklace stand coming, you know, like a little black velvet and a clear one, where it's the neck and like a heart.
Yeah.
And you put the neck on. I've got an earring one coming to display earrings.
You got a little light box
Yeah.
as well.
I've got a light box, yeah.
Oh, you have to see what earrings you got.
And a camera? What camera are you going to use?
I'm using, where is it? I'm using, it's a new one. It's a 4K Ultra HD, and what's the brand? You check the box. I bought it a few months ago.
You have to see what earrings you got, because I have pierced ears.
So
I do earrings. It's a Odec digital camera.
I love turquoise now. You know, I'm
Turquoise.
Oh, I love
Yes.
turquoise.
I will make you something in turquoise to go with your necklace. Let me see what you've got in turquoise.
I'm a turquoise girl.
Yeah, let me have a look. These, I've got all sorts of colours. The colours
I'm
coming. Wow. I like turquoise. It's a lovely colour. It's like a greeny blue, isn't it? If I remember rightly. Yeah, but it's got like a thingy to it, tinge.
Matter of fact, I was going to contact Sterling on his turquoise before he passed away.
Leave it with me, Mama Bear. I will get you turquoise. I will get you something turquoise.
Do you have a DSLR camera?
No. Do I need one?
No, I mean, if you're taking images of jewelry, it's nice to have like a nice macro lens to be able to get the detail and the image that you want. You know, nice close up image. Look into it. I mean, I could send you some stuff, some videos to how to whatever. Give you some tips on what to look for, what to do, how to get the best sort of image out of jewelry
That'd
items.
be cool.
Well,
That'd
basically,
be really nice. Thank
macro
you.
lens, it kind of zooms in and lets you focus on an image, on a small image in great detail. You know?
Yeah. That sounds good. As I'm into photography anyway, another camera wouldn't do me any harm because I've got a photo printer. I've got an unprinter, but I've got a photo printer. I'm doing resin frames as well, but I don't know how to upload photographs onto YouTube. So
You can't. It's designed for videos.
yeah, I don't really.
So unless you was going to add an audio, for instance, I mean, one way would be to add an audio, add some music, for instance, and then add images in a slide, for instance.
Yeah, I'll just get Grim to put something together for me.
That would be the easiest thing to do. Is use someone else to do it.
I'll just get Grim to do it.
But
I'll just
yeah,
send
you
some
can't upload
photos
just
over.
images to YouTube. They have to be videos, basically.
Yeah.
Even music, you can't upload music on its MP3s. They have to be in an MP4 format. So you'd have to create a video out of your audios in order to upload them to YouTube.
Yeah. I'm just going to send some pictures to him now of some of my work. They're not brilliant pictures. They've just been taken on my phone, so you'll just have to.
Yeah.
I'm sure Glenn will do something with them.
Yeah.
The clock. And Mama Bear might see something she likes. There's some gold and blue and dingy leaf that I'm using. That's gone to a friend of mine. It's gone to Northwood.
Do you have an iPhone?
No, I don't use iPhone. That was for a friend. That's something I sent a friend.
Did you get a light, a cone, or a ring?
Oh, do you mean it was a ring light? Oh, you mean on the photo booth?
You said you got some equipment to take the photo, to take the images of the
Yeah, I've got a square cube photo booth. And I've got a round little carousel thing that goes round, rotates.
No.
The back of that. That's the picture. There. I just want to send something over for you to get an idea what I've been doing. The photos that you see in the frame, I print and prepare them and everything. I'll send this to him. Where are you? There you go. And hopefully he's listening and will put something together for me, for you guys to see. But yeah, that's good advice, Mellows. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And I'm still in the process of actually collating the stock. I've got some boxes coming, storage boxes coming. I've got one already nearly full with my molds. I've got a tabletop mold and things like that, so I can make a sort of side coffee table, small side coffee table, and things like that. So I'm working on it. Maybe Grim will show you a picture of his clock that I've just made him, because I'm just waiting for the mechanisms to arrive and they're good to go. Yeah. Be cool.
Yeah. Hey, Ariel.
Messages. Let's see.
So I don't know. Hey Ariel, how you doing, mate? Did you see the changes they made to StreamYards?
Me?
No, I was saying to Mama Bear. Did you notice the changes?
Oh.
I didn't pay much attention to them.
Well, they split branding into two sections: media assets and style. So you got an extra tab on the side there, and you split it all. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't pay much attention to what they were.
Should we play Mrs. Reaper a song?
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds
new
cool.
one.
All right, let's find a nice, cool one. Something that she's gonna like, I think. Hammer. Oh, let's see if see what you think of this one.
Well, the sun's rising. It's time to roll. Grab your boots. Let's rock and stroll. The spotlight shines. We're ready to play. You ain't felt this kind of vibe today. Call your friends. Let's raise some hell. Feel the beat. You know it well. Twist and turn. Let your spirit fly. Welcome to the Mama Bear High. Good morning, good afternoon, all around this crazy world. Welcome, y'all. It's time to twirl. Feel the energy, let it show. Laugh and sing, come on, let's go. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. So throw your hands up, let them sway. Feel that rhythm take you away. From the first note till the night is gone, we're living life. This is our song. Feel the love rising. Can you see? Music's magic, setting us free. Every smile, every cheer, Mama Bear's got the good vibes here. Good morning, good afternoon, all around this crazy world. Welcome, y'all. It's time to twirl. Feel the energy, let it show. Laugh and sing, come on, let's go. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show.
Wow, that was amazing.
Yes,
That was amazing.
Yes, I think support and Mellows for that one.
Yeah,
More Mellows.
definitely.
Yes, I thank them for that.
That was amazing. Yeah, no, it was brilliant. I love the beat, everything about it. It's just perfect for you, Mama Bear.
Yes, yes, I think Mellows. Yes. Yes. Yes, I thank them very much for it. Hey, Greg.
I agree.
Hello. Mama Bear, do me a favour. I haven't got access to the vigilante mailbox. Can you send it to newsdesk?
To
Or one of the other emails you got for me?
I sent it to through my vigilante email.
Yeah.
To
you sent it to the Gmail Outlook.
Yes. Yes,
Which
I
one?
did.
Gmail.
Yep.
Okay, it'll turn up in about 3 weeks. It's all right. It'll turn. As soon as it comes through, I'll have it. That's all right. As long as I know which one it's gone to.
I sent it to your
Gmail account.
Yep.
That's fine. Thank you.
Graham.
Yes, I sent it.
Too much of a worry it not coming through straight away because I'm going to make some turquoise.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just Google. Yeah, Google's a bit funny sometimes. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's us
Hang on.
here. It's
Yeah.
just us here. I'll put it in private chat.
No, because anybody, no, don't. It's okay. It's fine. It'll come through. Don't worry.
Okay.
Your emails do come through. If there's a problem, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
'Cause I'll see you in Jitsi anyway, so it's no problem.
We don't have
Did you get
Jitsi
pictures,
anymore.
Graham?
Oh, is that gone now?
Yeah, it's something
Okay.
different.
Oh, right. Okay.
But you can still sign in. It's just not Jitsi anymore. It's something different.
No worries.
Actually prefer
Okay,
Jitsi, but,
Yeah, well, no comment.
I've got a song for you, Grim.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah. It's a new Vigilante Media song.
Oh, I think I've heard it, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, did you hear it? You must have.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect.
Hey, up North Woods. Woo fucking woo.
Hey, Northwood, how you doing? Jump up, man.
Fellows, because of
Yes,
all
mate.
these drones flying around, I thought I'd better introduce you to one of the pilots.
Well, I was thinking of getting an Xbox controller and just going over to where the drones have been seen and just seeing if I, see if I can get an interaction with an Xbox controller.
I think it was it Reggie Photo went round with that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Mama Bear, I've just ordered the turquoise pigment, so I've ordered 2 bottles of it, to be fair, because I haven't any at all. Once it arrives, I will make you some special jewellery and earrings.
Isn't she good? No.
Yes, I love.
I'm not going to show them you before I send them. I'm just going to send them to you, so there'll be a surprise. But yeah, I've had a few people say they're good.
She's a sister from another mother.
That's the one. That's the one, Mama Bear.
She's a sister from another mother. That
You're
makes Grim your
Northwood.
brother. She's a brother. That makes Grim my brother-in-law
Thank you,
from another mother.
Don't get us confused, please. We are 2 different people. I'm the
Yeah.
intelligent one. She's just a female.
Oh, great.
Get ready, Northwoods. We're going to have a white Christmas.
Whoopie
It's a
do.
snowing.
Hey, okay, all right. You mentioned Christmas.
According to the
Okay.
Met Office, even one snowflake would be considered a white Christmas.
Only
Yeah.
if,
What is this one?
only if it lands on the Met Office.
Christmas. just like we used to have.
Come back, Bengals, forgiven. Hang on, shut off the lock.
Oh, it was a humbug Christmas, the merriest of days. The stockings hung and wishes sung in jingling, jangling praise. The streets were lined with shoppers, their arms weighed down with loot. But Jacob Marley laughed aloud in his fine three-piece suit. Humbug, humbug, the cash tills chime. Jacob's making pounds and dimes. Gifts and glitter, joy sublime. Humbug Christmas, oh so fine. There were dolls for every little girl and trains for every boy. Golden rings and sparkling things to spread the Yuletide joy. But every single trinket, from the toys to mistletoe, came with Marley's markup. He charged triple, don't you know? Humbug, humbug, the cash tills chime. Jacob's making pounds and dimes. Gifts and glitter, joy sublime. Humbug Christmas, oh so fine. The carolers sang sweetly as they gathered in the square, while Marley sat counting his coins in his upholstered chair. Let them cheer, let them laugh, let their happiness abound, for every penny they have spent has surely come around. The people got their heart's desire, their dreams had come alive. But Marley's fortune tripled, oh, his greed began to thrive. He toasted to the humbug cheer, his wine glass raised on high, to a season of goodwill and gold. Cha-ching, he cried, oh my. Humbug, humbug, the cash tills chime. Jacob's making pounds and dimes. Gifts and glitter, joy sublime. Humbug Christmas, oh so fine. So if you're feeling festive and your wallet's feeling light, thank Marley's cunning humbug ways for your Merry Christmas night. For though the spirit's shining bright and the tree's a lovely sight, a humbug Christmas fills the tills, good fortune Jacob's polite. Humbug, humbug, the cash tills chime. Jacob's making pounds and dimes. Gifts and glitter, joy sublime. Humbug Christmas, oh so fine.
Now you had to mention Christmas, so you get Marley. Ew, don't like that.
What do you like?
There you go. Well, it's all about making money, isn't it, Christmas? So you're thinking of it being a white Christmas, Mama Bear?
Oh yeah.
You only get a white Christmas here if a snowflake falls on the weather tower. I think it could be BT Tower, not sure. But that's what's classed as a white Christmas here in the UK. I mean, it can be snowing all over, but if it doesn't get snowflake there, Talking of snowflakes, Northwoods, are you coming up or are you staying offline?
Perfect. I just finished my Christmas shopping.
You see, I have mountain girls listening. You see, I don't always nip somebody else's background. Just most of the time.
Yeah, in fact, I'm thinking whether I want to go buy my own Christmas present.
Well, I just ordered my Christmas present. Some.
You guys bought your own.
Some.
You bought your own
Sorry.
You bought your own Christmas presents. You guys bought a car.
No, I'll tell you what I bought myself. Some coils from my vapes.
You did get a new car.
I don't do Christmas or anything like that. If I want something, I'll go and get it. I mean, I've got this wonderful car.
That's what I do. I if I want it, I buy it.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Sorry, I haven't told her that not. I haven't told her that not. I haven't told Mrs. Reaper yet that I'm after two more 32-inch screens.
Why did you get 2 more? You got 4 plus 2.
No, I've got two 32-inch screens, right?
Okay.
And two 27-inch screens.
Right, so you want to make them all the same size. So you want the 32.
There you go.
Okay, well then yeah, that's not a problem.
Not yet. I'll probably
we'll get them. We're going to do it in the new year.
No. I'll have them for April.
Yeah, that's fine. When you're ready. Yo, mountain girl. Woo fucking woo, woman.
Hey, every time somebody says that, I get cha-ching. That phrase is copyrighted by vigilante.media, allegedly.
Okay. Allegedly.
Well, I came up with it. I mean, I just changed it and just added something. That was all. Oh, yeah, that was it. The puking.
I sent you parcel off the other day, Mountain Girl in Northwoods. There's a couple of little things in for you, Mountain Girl. I think you'll like, and well, you know what you've got, Northwoods.
Bloody hell, your watch is telling me it's time to relax, time to settle down and go to sleep. I was up since about 1:30 this morning. And I think about 6 o'clock, my brain just shut off and I went, right, go to sleep for a couple of hours. Right, while it's so quiet, which is unusual, there's a couple of women on the panel. I've got another little trap for you when I can find it. Oh yeah, there it is. This is my version of enjoying Christmas, folks. With a blunt or two, and dedicated, of course, to that idiot in the sky comes around at Christmas, you know, Santa Claus.
It's Christmas Eve, the vibe is right. I spark a joint beneath the twinkling lights out in the yard. What do I see? Santa's sleigh and he's waving at me. He steps off the sleigh with a bag so fat takes a puff. Then Rudolph laughs, says, man, that's the stuff. We're flying high, oh, way up there. Santa and I in the midnight air. The reindeer giggle, the stars align. We're baked as cookies, feeling fine. Oh, blazing through the Christmas sky. Santa and I, oh, we're so high. The sleigh's on cruise, the vibe's so chill. We're passing clouds, time stands still. Blitzen's munching on some brownies now, while Dasher's laughing, don't ask how. Santa says, man, this is the life. No stress, no rush, no holiday strife. Let's spread some cheer, let's make it loud with a little green gift for every crowd. We're flying high, oh, way up there. Santa and I in the midnight air. The reindeer giggle, the stars align. We're baked as cookies, feeling fine. Oh, blazing through the Christmas sky. Santa and I, oh, we're so high. Rudolph's nose is glowing bright from a puff of magic on this holy night. The sleigh's a party, the vibe's unreal. Santa's got the munchies, asking for a meal. We toss green gifts to those in need, sharing joy, love, and a little weed. From chimney to chimney, house to house, we're spreading cheer with the side of douse. As the dawn breaks, Santa grins at me, says next year, same time, same tree. The sleigh takes off, he shouts with delight. Merry blazing Christmas to all, and to all a high night. Oh, we're so high. Oh, we're so high. Oh, we're so high.
So you got them, light them, and smoke them.
Ren, did you get them pictures?
I did.
Will you put something together for Mama Bear and Miles to see what I've been up to?
Yes, I'll link in
Thank you.
sooner or later.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, I'm going to book it off. I shall see you all again soon. And have a good night, folks.
Okey-doke.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Later, Graham.
That was a flying visit. Oh, great, wasn't it?
Yeah, little flying visit. Came and dropped his presents. He's taking on Santa Claus job as well now. He's got to go off and deliver some presents. One of the two. I think he's enjoying the lumps of coal that he's delivering.
Yeah, he would.
He would.
He would. Yeah. I'm just making some rice and I'm sat here listening in and mixing and talking at the same time. But well, some new stuff coming this week. Well, some beautiful dried flowers that I'll have a go with and see how they come out.
Let's see. Any other videos we can play?
Are you a reader, Mama Bird? Do you like books?
Humbug all year round. Humbug all year round. Yeah, I know, Grim. I feel the same way. I haven't even put up the Christmas tree. I didn't do one last year either.
Oh, we don't celebrate Christmas.
At least one dead after a car drives into a crowd at a German Christmas event.
Oh, yeah, it's too much of it in there. Bet he was drunk.
Don't know. Let's have a look at the report.
This time of year, chances are it's a drunk driver.
We start this hour with breaking news from Germany. We're going to take you straight there. These are the latest pictures we have. These are the scenes of a Christmas market there in Magdeburg. Reports a car has been driven into crowds of shoppers there at that Christmas market. News agencies reporting dozens of people injured, at least one person killed. We are getting details from broadcasters in Germany as well as news agencies as well. You can see the scale of the emergency response in these pictures. Ambulance after ambulance there, taking people away, presumably to local hospitals for treatment. Well, with me is my colleague, Samantha Simmons. Hi, Samantha. Just talk us through what we know so far about what's happened here.
Yeah, about an hour or so, this news broke that a car had driven into a crowd at a Christmas market. This is in the eastern German town of Magdeburg, according to the German broadcaster MDR and other local media. Yeah, they said in the past few moments that the AFP news agency has said that this car incident is assumed to be an attack, according to the Regional Interior Ministry. And we've been talking over the past hour or so here on BBC News, discussing the fact that we don't know whether this is an accident or a deliberate attack. But the Regional Interior Minister is saying that they assume this to be an attack. There are reports that at least one person has been killed and several injured. That number is also ranging from several to between 60 and 80. That's according to the AFP news agency. But we don't have verified details on any of this at the moment. A lot of speculation on social media where indeed there is footage of the moments this incident unfolded. We aren't going to show that to our viewers because it hasn't been verified, and it's also extremely distressing. But you can see a car driving at speed into a group of people at this Christmas market, in which case you can understand this figure that is being quoted of possibly 60 to 80 people being injured. We can see a huge emergency presence there, police on the streets, ambulances, emergency crews. This will be a huge logistical operation for the teams there who are trying to help those people who've been injured. We have had reports on the Reuters news agency, eyewitnesses telling a broadcaster that the car drove straight into the crowd. They said in the direction of the town hall. Police, local government spokespeople not immediately available to comment because obviously they have to deal with the unfolding situation. But just in the past few minutes, just to reiterate, the AFP news agency, citing the Regional Interior Ministry, is saying that they assume this to be an attack. There has also been one arrest, we understand. We don't know if police are looking for anyone else in relation to this.
Samantha, thank you for that. That significant development there in the last few minutes, confirmation of the working assumption that it seems to be an attack rather than an accident or a driver losing control of their vehicle. That has been one of the questions that we've been asking over the last hour or so. Let's just take a quick look, if we can, at where this has happened. Let's get a sense of the geography there in Germany. This is about an hour or so away, 100 miles-ish, 150 kilometers away from Berlin. You can see Berlin there in the east, and just about 150 kilometers, 100 miles-ish, is the town of Magdeburg. And in the heart there at that Christmas market, which would have been hugely busy given the time of year. Of course, Christmas just a few days away, and Christmas markets like this, a very strong tradition in Germany. A hugely populated, busy place right now on this Friday evening there. And the car driven, it seems at the moment, it appears to be from officials for the first time there in Germany, the working assumption that this was driven in deliberately, an attack rather than an accident. We're waiting to get a bit more clarification and a bit more details from that. But that's the latest reaching us from the news agencies there. And Samantha, this isn't the first time we've seen a Christmas market attacked in Germany.
Yeah, Lewis, in fact, this incident, possible attack, comes on the day 8 years ago, the same day, 19th of December 2016, when a truck was deliberately driven into the Berlin Christmas market. Many people might remember that. It was a shocking incident, a terror attack which left 12 people dead and more than 70 victims. One of those victims was the truck's original driver. He was found shot dead in the truck. The perpetrator of that attack 8 years ago was a Tunisian national inspired by Islamic State propaganda. He was killed 4 days after the attack by police who found him in Italy, and this event was classified as a terrorist attack. There have also been several terrorist attacks in Germany just in the past year. In fact, there were two Islamist extremist attacks, one in Mannheim and one in Solingen, and there has also been a spate of, in fact, foiled plots in Germany this year. Back on the 23rd of August this year, a man attacked people at a festival of diversity that was in Solingen, and 3 people were killed, then 8 others injured, 4 of them severely. The German authorities arrested a perpetrator there. He actually turned himself in and claimed responsibility for that attack. On the 5th of September, an 18-year-old was shot dead near to the Israeli consulate in Munich after exchanging fire with police. In a joint statement, the Bavarian State Police and prosecutors said they believe the individual was planning a terrorist attack involving the consulate. And then just a day later, on the 6th of September, a 29-year-old conducted an attack against a police station in Linz am Rhein. So that's just some of the incidents that have happened in Germany in the past few months. We know that German security has also been tightened as a result of this. And in fact, Germany tightened its border controls. They did this, they said, back in September to curb irregular migrant inflows after a series of these Islamist attacks sparked public anger and piled pressure on the government. Olaf Scholz has said in the past few moments, he's just been quoted on Reuters saying, the news suggests something bad. So no doubt he's made more of a statement, but we're just waiting for more of what he said. He said, my thoughts are with the victims and the family. So the government there, the Chancellor, giving a response actually quite quickly. We haven't actually had formal responses from the authorities, though, in Magdeburg, who of course will be dealing with a unfolding situation, and it appears certainly from the reports that we're getting on AFP that the regional interior minister is assuming this to be an attack and therefore not an accident.
Yeah, Samantha, let's run through, if we can, just to be clear with people watching now, what we know and what we don't know. So one of the questions over the last hour was clearly about whether this was a deliberate attack or not. It seems to be the working assumption from authorities there in Germany is that it is. In terms of who is behind it and any possible motive, clearly we don't know that. In terms of the number of people killed and injured, just talk us through what we know and what we don't know about that.
Yeah, again, no actual definite confirmation from the authorities, but some 25 minutes or so ago, the Reuters news agency quoted a local police officer as saying at least one person was killed and several injured. And since then, we haven't had an increase in the death toll, but we have had an increase, a significant increase in the number of injured. But again, no definite confirmation, but the AFP news agency suggesting that the number of injured could be between 60 and 80 people. That's according to a spokesperson for the local rescue service who told that to the AFP news agency. So one would have to assume that that is probably quite accurate, and given the huge number of emergency personnel on the scene and ambulances and the footage that we've seen. But as we said, we're not showing our viewers. It's extremely distressing of this vehicle ploughing into a crowd of people. But given the numbers that would have been there and the footage that we've seen, that is possibly in the right kind of figures, 60 to 80 people injured.
Yeah, absolutely. That would seem to marry up, wouldn't it? Because the scale of the response here and the scale of the critical incident clearly is absolutely huge. And that number of anywhere up to 80 people injured would tally with that. Just but worth repeating these first comments that we're getting through from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz on the incident there, saying that his thoughts are with the victims, his thoughts are with the families, and the news suggests something bad. I think more kind of accurate phrase seems to be this translation, that raises the worst fears. So Olaf Scholz there, German Chancellor, saying the events there at this Christmas market, quote, raises the worst fears. Thoughts there with the victims and the families.
Yes, good evening. Emergency service.
Wow, it's not good, is it?
No.
No. Well, I'm sure. Oh.
What else we got?
Well, they just submitted another bill. This one's 118 pages. Oh, large fire broke out in Bristol, Virginia. It took down a former campus in the college. It wiped out a whole college.
Oh, all right. What else we got? We got anything else we can play?
$1 billion for Ecuador. I'm so glad we're sending money to Ecuador. $1 billion for Africa, $1 billion to Ecuador, and $1.2 billion for Ukraine. So humbug to the United States. We have a confirmed shooting at Walmart in Knox County.
Bases near Chinese-owned farmland, reportedly seeing a surge in drone activity and sightings in recent weeks.
We want to continue to talk about the mysteries in the sky. We're talking about the drone mysteries that are really prevalent across the Northeast, really all across the country.
The sightings happening near bases in Hawaii and installations in Utah, California, Maine, and Florida. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul has been warning about the drones in focus these last couple of weeks.
That can't be the only one that China has. Coming into the U.S. less than 3 weeks. So really what we have here is the makings of a Chinese army, not in China, but in the United States itself. And the Biden administration is not tracking these people. It's clear what's going to happen. We are going to get, and we're not taking the necessary precautions to protect these bases and to protect the American people.
When we're shutting down Air Force bases, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base gets shut down for a while. When commercial airlines are interfered with, they can't do their flight patterns because of these drones. That's weird. You can't tell me the government doesn't know what's going on here. And the fact they will not brief us, they will not level us with us, they won't answer questions in public, there's something really strange that's going on.
Senator, what I think you're saying is that Rosie could be right. They could be aliens.
Anything is possible.
Okay. If aliens are here, and I think throughout your hearings, we've concluded that something is here. What are they doing? And maybe more importantly, why haven't they made contact?
Locally, one man has seen drones in the Metro East. Fox News' Patrick Clark joins us live with video you have to see with your own eyes. Patrick.
Yeah, that's right, Mandy. It seems apropos that we would be at the Science Center. We have Tom Friedman's Looking Up sculpture over my shoulder here. That's exactly what one man in Illinois has been doing. He's been looking up, and he caught some video with his phone that he's still trying to determine what exactly he saw. Take a look at this video that a viewer shared with us using his Galaxy S21 cell phone camera. He recorded this outside his home in Macoupin County, Illinois. The man, who asked that we not share his last name, narrates his video to best describe what he's seeing in early to mid-October and then as recent as Monday night. Whether these lights or drones are similar to videos that were seen from New Jersey is up for debate, but our Macoupin County resident says the UAPs would fly across the sky very fast in random patterns. He began recording and recounting what he's been seeing to his social media page, sharing with friends.
The last videos I took, Patrick, were last night. I started seeing the strange lights in September. I live in a rural area. I just started seeing weird light configurations, lights tailing each other, just some oddball things. So I just started tailing. I just started following them around. No real optical equipment, just a cell phone. They were tailing each other, and I was seeing literally 50 different objects in the sky at night in October. It went from like early October till October 22nd, 23rd.
Tom says when he was observing UAPs in October, they seemed to have almost a cat and mouse like movements as if they were at battle. He stopped recording around November, but when he began watching the sky again in December, the drones or UAPs were more controlled in their nightly flights.
It just depended, just different lights. What I'm seeing now is not near the activity. They're more stable. You do see them every night. I seen, I think 7 last night. I videoed them last night. They're more stable lights. They're white as they hover. And then as they start to move, they'll fire up with colored lights. They're red and a aqua colored, like a light green, I would say.
Yeah, so we as humans are learning more and more all the time. That term UFO is no longer used. It's UAP, which stands for Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, but that even has been changed because it did not include underwater items. And so now it is still UAP, but it stands for Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena. Whether you call it a drone, a UFO, or UAP, it's still some unanswered questions for you and me.
But they have seen things they just cannot explain. A sheriff's lookout drone tethered to the ground captured this video.
We had something coming at us, and as it's coming at us, it stops,
You know, it does like a 180 in the air and then drives away, and then comes back and does like a giant U around us. So that's not normal for aircraft.
So this is really happening.
We think so. You know, it's definitely something that whatever we're seeing, we can't figure out what it is.
It's about the drones over New Jersey. I saw this drone. There was one right over my farm. I don't want to sound paranoid that they were looking at me, but I looked at it. It looked at me, and then all of a sudden it took off. Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
The government is insisting, don't worry, it's nothing.
Yeah.
P.S. We don't know about it. And nobody believes that the government doesn't know about it.
No, we really, we were really, I mean, this, where we are in this country as Americans, and I don't care what Democrat, liberal, whatever you want to be, no one really believes the government.
The bottom line is that civilian drones don't fly in controlled U.S. airspace over restricted areas. They're not supposed to. We're seeing a rash of this. I have videos on my phone from Andrews Air Force Base, Langley Air Force Base. I wish the Pentagon and this administration would be consistent with their messaging, because all it's doing is turning people really away from trusting their government at a time, by the way, where trust is already at a historical low.
Okay. All those drones over New Jersey. What's behind all of that?
Nothing nefarious, apparently, but they're checking it all out. I think it's just one. There's a lot of drones authorized up there. I think one started and they all got it. Everybody's wanting to get in the deal. But we're following it closely. So far, no sense of the danger.
And that was President Biden commenting last night on the drones flying over the Northeast. His administration claiming that out of the 5,000 plus sightings, fewer than 100 deserved an investigation, and that none present a national security or public safety risk. What about those 100 that need an investigation?
Well, I think Chairman McCall's a smart guy, and when you look at the possibilities out there, they could be an adversarial set of drones out there. They could be U.S. government drones, as we've heard, sniffing, so to speak, for radiation, and they could be, something otherworldly. So let's discount that and look at the two main possibilities.
But I tell you what worries me is the fact that these are over our military installations. And let's not ever forget that this administration allowed a Chinese spy balloon to fly across the entire continental United States, did nothing about it, and now they won't level with us about this. I think it's a big problem, Jesse.
I do too. But I have no idea what they are. It doesn't sound like you do either. And no one's telling anybody. So I'm just going to go with Rosie. And that's pretty bad.
As far as the second part of your question, that's a little more complicated. This is a topic that's been going on now in the U.S. government. Your taxpayer dollars have been paying for serious study for the last 70 years into the topic of UAP, or what was once known in the vernacular as UFOs. Right. This is all the while, and this is one of the reasons why I don't trust the Pentagon, because I was there. The whole time, the Pentagon was telling people UFOs are silly, UAP are silly, there's nothing to see here. We're spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money with the consent of the Department of Defense to investigate none other than UFOs. And exactly what's happening here. You have an air flight safety issue. In some cases, these UAP were getting so close to combat formations, they were literally splitting the combat formation down the middle. So think about that for a minute. Two F-18s flying in a combat formation, and these things splitting the formation right down the middle. My concern with these drones is right now, Rob, is that you have this schizophrenic approach within the U.S. government, and they're hoping at this point anything that will stick to the wall will work. And this is why they had a private conversation with the House Intel Committee. Notice how they didn't do it publicly. They just said, we're going to have a private conversation. This is after days and days and weeks of saying, folks, we have no idea what's going on here.
There's multiple of these orbs in our sky tonight, right here in Powell.
Another Delaware County caller saying he saw them over the roundabout on Sawmill at Bunty Station Road.
It looked like a UFO or something, then it turned its lights off and disappeared.
Moving pretty fast. More Delaware County neighbors seeing the drones. These folks got video.
It's a drone.
And these people in Hilliard claim they saw the drones as well and caught something more. A loud boom. Then 15 seconds later, another. What is going on?
Drone sightings spreading across the country now. Officials confirm that unmanned drones have been spotted recently near Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Now, information on the number of drones that were spotted, how close they flew to the base, hasn't been widely or publicly released.
They're monitoring the airspace and working with local authorities to track the drones. Though they won't share details, they say appropriate safety measures are being taken. Hill Air Force Base adds drones are not allowed on base.
Good evening. New unexplained sightings in Utah have led to fresh concerns here.
Yeah, it's a question that continues to grow here about a series of sightings on the East Coast. News Specialist Andrew Adams spoke with a couple of Utah eyewitnesses and an expert as well tonight.
Well, the people we spoke to characterize these encounters as anything from really weird to scary. And keep in mind, they happen at opposite ends of the Wasatch Front, West Haven down to Mapleton.
There's 4 of them. And now in Utah. What are those? Eyes are also turning to the skies with unexplained sightings of groups of drones from Mapleton to West Haven.
Big, like, bright thing in the sky.
Air Force brass confirming to us that small unmanned aerial systems were spotted between December 13th and 14th. None of the incursions impacted base residents, facilities, or assets. We are taking all appropriate measures to safeguard Wright-Patterson and its residents. But the Air Force is not talking about what the objects were or where they came from. We asked state leaders about it. Ohio's Attorney General didn't seem too concerned.
Do our community members in Ohio need to be worried, right, Pat, even, closing their airspace due to this issue?
I have no idea.
To have hundreds of drones, forget the idea that there's thousands, but even hundreds of drones flying in an area that is likely near controlled and restricted space, and they're not able to see the registration number, does not make a lot of sense to me. Because to get a waiver, you need to put your license and registration. The registration has to be on the drone where you can see it. So they should be able to go right to the owner.
I think you just made this all more bizarre for all of us.
I know, I'm not helping it.
Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are putting new pressure on federal security agencies to get to the bottom of the mysterious drone sightings. There was another sighting this morning in Texas.
It's unclear exactly what this is, but it's causing folks in Southeast Texas to scratch their heads.
I started seeing multiple lights moving across the sky. I've never seen anything like that.
On an otherwise quiet Wednesday night, Cheryl and Dave Bowman spotted what looked like drones flying in their area off the coast of the Bolivar Peninsula. You can see the small objects' bright-colored lights flashing in these videos they shared with us, moving toward the refineries and sparking their interest and speculation.
We would be curious, what would they be doing in that pattern and flying that way and that far from the Gulf over into that, what we think is a strategic area.
They weren't alone in that thought. Their Facebook post showing the mysterious objects causing discussion across our area.
We wanted people to know, because you keep hearing about New Jersey, and now all of a sudden, they're not just in New Jersey.
You and I talked this morning. I mean, our conversation is probably very much like the conversation all over the country, like what is going on? You happen to have some pretty in-depth knowledge, though, about these drones. And I know the big thing I took away from our conversation was, why do they need to be up at night?
Yep. So, Sandra, I'm going to make this very easy for your viewership. So let's first talk that a lot of the space is restricted and controlled. So if you are near an airport, you have to be not within 5 miles without a waiver. You can't be over populated areas. You can't be near a stadium like the Meadowlands without a waiver. You can't be near military bases without a waiver. So first, many of these commercial drones have to be getting waivers because you're between Newark, Teterboro, MetLife. There's a lot going on there.
Well, it's little funny lights in the sky. Meanwhile, Christians are being slaughtered in the streets of Syria and nobody's paying attention.
Yeah. You lost your avatar.
I lost mine.
Yep.
Have I? Let's see it. Let me drop out and come back in.
Good night, Mrs. Rupert. We will talk to you later.
How's that?
Now you got it. Yeah.
You seem to have lost your avatar now. How does it look on YouTube?
Hey, Spark. Now do I have it back?
Yep. Hey, Spot. How you doing, mate?
How are you, Spark?
We're good.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired too.
Oh, you want to wrap this up? I think Northwood is doing a live as well now. So
Yeah. You lost your avatar too? When you come up here, I'll tell you if you lost your avatar, but you won't seem to come up. You turd.
let's should we drop the new link for the new Jitsi place?
Yeah.
Let me just jump in there again. I think it's kicked me out. Copy URL. All right. There's the link.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different to what we used to on the other the Jitsi thing, but it's got a lot more features on it. We can send files directly to each other from there. So yeah, there's other things on there as well. It's pretty cool. Well worth exploring. And we can go live from there as well, without the need for StreamYards. Mulder. We don't have to go to. We don't have to come over here. We can just go live from there.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah. We'll test it out anyway. If we don't like it, we can always go back to what we used to, you know?
Yeah. So.
One of the main reasons why we switch is because they stopped providing support for the other program. So,
yeah.
We'll see what happens. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah. All right.
What do you want to do? You want to shut shop?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
You need to give Jab up a moderator. She's been with us long enough to give her a moderator over in
Where do you want it?
Vigilante Media.
She's in Vigilante.
Yep. Drop her moderator.
It's a moment.
She's been there long enough. She needs a moderator.
We can do that. Right.
She's been there long enough. I just realized she's not a mod there.
There you go. There's that. A bit better. All right, let's play. Should we play a quick song before we leave? Let's play a couple of tunes from Support. There's a couple of new tunes that Support dropped the other day. This is one of my favorite ones.
Let the healing begin. Open up and let the love flow in. Let hope and joy come and destroy your suffering. Let the healing begin. Cause we've been down for so long in Babylon. Got to be strong, time to move on. We can't afford the rent no more. Beating our fists upon the door. Won't take no more. Won't stand here waiting, contemplating on the shore. Cause we're ready for some change. It's time to rearrange. Things are getting so strange in this hour. Wicked men sit up in power while most cower. Choose to believe, to be deceived by these cowards. Yeah. So Babylon, I'm fading from your sight. Babylon, I'm fading from your sight. Because I know it's gonna be alright. If I give up this fight and get some sleep tonight. Cause fighting never did solve anything. And love is all that I, man, have to bring. Because I'd rather jump and dance and sing. And spend my time swimming in love everlasting. Cause if everything they say is true, then there's no hope for me, no hope for you too. So don't you believe a single word they say. Cause they're the ones who got us in this fix we're in. Let the healing begin. Open up and let the love flow in. Let hope and joy come and destroy your suffering. Let the healing begin. I have flown across the foreign lands and seen the inequalities forced on my fellow man. I have witnessed things that in my heart I just can't stand. And seen atrocities that have haunted me I can't overstand. Little children gone for weeks without a bite to eat. Grandmothers laboring, broken blisters, bloodied on their feet. People drinking sewer water cause they can't get nothing clean. All innocent victims of this money machine. Every single word I say is true. But I got hope for me, I got hope for you too. So don't you believe a single word they say. Cause we're the ones who come to fix this mess we're in. Cause if everything they say is true, then there's no hope for me, no hope for you too. So don't you believe a single word they say. Cause they're the ones who come to fix this mess we're in. Let the healing begin. Open up and let the love flow in. Let hope and joy come and destroy your suffering. Let the healing begin. I have flown across the foreign lands and seen the inequalities forced on my fellow man. I have witnessed things that in my heart I just can't stand. And seen atrocities that have haunted me I can't overstand. Little children gone for weeks without a bite to eat. Grandmothers laboring, broken blisters, bloodied on their feet. People drinking sewer water cause they can't get nothing clean. All innocent victims of this money machine. Every single word I say is true. But I got hope for me, I got hope for you too. So don't you believe a single word they say. Cause we're the ones who come to fix this mess we're in. Let the healing begin. Open up and let the love flow in. Let hope and joy come and destroy your suffering. Let the healing begin.
That not a badass tune or what? That's a fucking killer tune, man.
You know, we ought to just take the album covers from the ones we've already done to those songs and just put remix on the album covers.
Yeah, or remastered or something, yeah. Like this one. Hang on. Oh, which one was it? Oh, we've done a few.
Take the album covers of the ones that we've already done and just put remix on them.
Yeah.
And use the same album covers.
Yo, Mellows, BNC Records, support. Yeah, she said she wants a real man. One who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she said she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. Realest story ever told. Can't have a man who's making money always home. Hard like a truck, that's why he's always on the road, providing everything you need to live the life you say you want. Can't have a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, that won't rip once a while at the seams, especially when you never take the time to look into his eyes and hear him when he silently screams. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. That Disney movie that she wanted was a dream and not reality, or something that she got. She put the man up on a pedestal, the scars, and when she found out he was human, then he dropped. He's not perfect, but he tries to live up to her beautiful life. But as time goes by, you'll realize the man he once knew on the inside him died. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man. Love is patient, love is kind, can be evil and also blind. God made man, then said in life you'll find good things when he finds his wife. So as a real man, broken and confused, struggling not knowing what to do, he dove to the bottom of the bottle, drowned in his sorrows and prayed one day she would rescue. But stop pointing out at all his mistakes, be the place he felt safe to express the emotions the world said he can't. He's the rock that she needs, but she hammers away at the love that he has, like she wants it to break. Despite all of the pain, twisted and changed, trying to become the whole picture she paints, till she woke up one day, said she's walking away, looked him dead in the face and then screamed. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, one who opens up the door, hold her hands and still smiles when he feels bad. In control of his emotions, wears his heart on his sleeve but don't get mad. One who gives her all his time, puts his dreams to the side and gets a real bag. Yeah, she says she wants a real man, but what she wants is not for real, man.
There was a little bit of confusion. Don't get it twisted now, this is Vigilante Media. It's BNC Vigilante season, you cunts. Still the same BNC song, just different BNC hook. Jeez!
What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch? What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch? I got nothing on my face, and as far as I know, I don't know you. So nothing less than a mean mug what I'm gonna show you, cause you've been looking at me way too critically. And we both males, so I hope you ain't feeling me, cause I got the remedy to all that sideways looking. Run up on you when you get your camera and phone tookin'. Look like the stupid cunt type that be on the internet thugging. This reality here you cunt, get your pockets shookin'. I ain't making empty promises or threats with no substance. You're choosing both for that tough shit. There's space and opportunity, I got time. So if you got a reason to start shit, I got mine, you cunt. It's cause you're looking at me crazily, got too much damn bravery. You don't really wanna catch a fade with me, cause your block will end up hating me. You're trolling at me crazily, I'ma make you be afraid of me, you stupid cunt. If you want beef, I'ma knock your teeth inside your fucking face to see. Vigilante season! What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch? What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch? Look, I ain't even the type to get mad or stupid, you cunt. Any sin for not having enough sense to quit with all that babbling. But hey, I've been having a bad day, and I have a habit of them. Now my actions get affected by what's happening today. So I suggest you keep on walking, cause I promise if you started it, then gon' be no stopping. BNC, you hear that hi-hat? You gon' hear my BNC boots more rocking, making contact with your head that won't hear you chucking. So before you get cut like dope and I get to choking cunts and you get some broken bones, I suggest you look away, stupid cunt, for you get knocked in your dome for steady trying to provoke and ignoring what you're told. Pay attention when I say it's fairly simple. You got beef or you got business with us. I ain't even on the top, damn it, it's just simple to see you cunts. You're trolling hard, and look here, if you don't listen to me, you cunt. One other tooth, you gon' get lyrically or physically beat, you fucking cunts. What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch? What you looking at? BNC Records. What you looking at? Eyes on the audit. What you looking at? Vigilante Media. You got beef or you got business, bitch?
It's the one you wanted.
What would your last words be if someone put a gun to your head and said you had 2 minutes before they shoot? Here are mine.
Wish I can go and revisit the evil I did through the course of my life. Wish I could go back in time, take the wrongs that I did and reverse them to right. Wish I could take all the pain, the hurt, the struggle and keep them inside. Wish I could say that I'm sorry to people I broke here before that I die. Wish I can go back in time to my father, I didn't really mean it. Wish I can go tell my mom that I loved her and all of this money I got, I don't need it. Wish I could go to the church and I talk the Lord in an effort to conquer my demons. I'm begging and pleading, I'm down on my knees and he's ready to shoot and I'm practically bleeding. So this is my destiny, I finna get death to the G. Somebody please help me, yeah. These are my last words. It's Mellows! Wish I can go back in time and revisit myself just to make me believe. I had these goals and these dreams in my mind that were mine that I'll never achieve. All of these gifts and these talents were given by God, I was blessed to receive. I was too busy worried about bitches and money and all of this shit that you people would think needed help with depression. All of my passive aggressions, I should've confessed them. I learned my lesson, I didn't get nothing but sadness that fucked over all of my blessings. Fucking perfection. I should've walked on my own and I traveled the common direction. Just to be trending. Just to be trending. Wish I would've not held back. Wish I would've not felt bad. Wish I would've hugged my dad. Wish I would've fucked that bitch when I had that chance. Wish I would've sold my soul just to get fame and all. Should've played basketball. My God was masterful. Wish I would've never put my time into those people who never tried to give it to me back. Wish I would've never put my heart into a woman that would break it, then allow it just to have a second chance. Wish I would've let him see what I was really dealing with instead of trying to hide it on a motherfucking track. I blow a milli just to prove that I'm a legend in the making, just to show him what it looks like when I get it right back. These are my last words.
Oh, my love, my friend. It's been a while, you see. Without thinking of you, but the thought makes me free. So tired of wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. Oh, my love, so cold. Need some space from this love. Need some time to unfold. Need some air from above. Need some room to be bold. So tired of wanting more. Wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe. So tired of wanting more. Wanting more than this. I know it, but I'm torn. I need some space, I need to breathe.
Some good numbers there. And
I
this
forgot.
one. Sorry?
I forgot I had some images on my computer from when we were doing a whole bunch of
Videos.
yeah, and when we were doing the covers.
Hmm.
I had some very funny images of support for when we did the Monster Mash.
Hmm.
And I had some really funny BNC records. Remember? And I forgot I had some of the funny ones on my computer. And I just sent one of them to support. I forgot I had some of them on my computer.
There's a song for support. I'm not sure if he's heard this one yet.
Welcome to the world, baby boy, I'll paint you red and white and blue. The indoctrination starts as soon as you come out the womb. Pretty quick, we'll make you stupid with curriculums at school. And if the classroom doesn't do the trick, we'll make you watch the news. Pick your team, right or left, pick the red pill or the blue. You can vote, but even if you win, still everyone will lose. Don't forget to buy designer, because Gucci makes you cool. We prioritize material belongings over truth. Get a job that you can't stand so you can buy some cans of food. Go overseas and die for freedom, there's some oil we could use. Our democracy exists so that you think that you could choose, but our algorithms make you do what we want you to do. What's the problem? You're depressed, society has you confused. We got medication for you that you'll probably abuse. Go get married to a lady who also don't have a clue, and pump out a few babies that are just the same as you. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the world, baby girl, I'll paint you pink if that's okay. We'll encourage self-destruction through the music that you play. We divided all the men by trying politics and race, and honestly it's working awesome, so for you we'll do the same. Never teaching you to love yourself, inject you full of hate. Objectify your sexuality, then blame you for the rape, and weaponize the differences that make our men and women great. And just to screw with you, erase the genders, everyone's the same. We'll empower you with rights to vote and fight for equal pay, then have the men turn into women and you'll fight for them again. But you thought you had it figured out, but everything has changed. Welcome to the system, bitch, please enjoy your stay. Here's a Bible and a bottle of the cheapest booze we make. Find a man who can take care of you to fill the holes we made. Buy a house and settle down, fulfill your duty, procreate, and make a couple babies who will also do the same. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong.
Welcome to the system. All right then. What do you call it, Mama Bear? Should we just wrap this up?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we will see you definitely on the next one. I'm not sure when that is. But, we will have one soon, obviously. During the holiday seasons, you'll probably see more of us. There's the link to the new Jitsi room. I dropped it in the chat. If you need it again, I'll drop it again. But that's there. What else is there?
Not much.
That's it. Thank you, everybody. And it's a good night from us. And we will see you on the next one. Let me just switch over this.
Yes.
Let's bring it back over here.
Good night. And have a great one.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.